Chapter 167, What a Wonderful World. King's Landing, 300 AC. Oberyn Martell reflected on the name he had chosen for his daughter, Elia. He named her after the woman who had once called him her son. If that wasn't a clear sign that his sister had been right to choose that name, then declaring her his heir certainly proved he was a true son, not just of Elia Martell, but of Dorne itself. At first, he thought he had misheard or that Jay was merely stating a fact. His daughter was his only child, and as such, she was the heir to the throne. He should have known better, they all should have. What do you mean, even if you have a son, Your Grace? Gorman asked during the small council meeting. I mean my daughter is my heir, Grandmaster. She is my firstborn child and the future queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Her seat will be Summerhall, the seat of the crown princess. Should my wife and I be blessed with a son to be a brother for my daughter, he will be second in line and will sit in his own seat at Harrenhal, Jay replied. The laws, Gorman began, were written by my family, were they not? While my family has known its share of good and great men and women, it has also known those who were not. Allowing Aegon to usurp Rhaenyra was a mistake, a stain on my family that nearly led to its downfall. I understand better than most the reasons behind that mistake, and unlike those who took counsel from the wrong men, I will hold my own counsel on this matter. Send word to the Citadel and have it proclaimed throughout the realm. Let anyone who takes issue do so with me, Jay asserted. Oberyn couldn't help but smirk. Gorman hurried out of the room, leaving behind a flurry of questions. Was Jay changing the laws on primogeniture? Was Dornish law now to be the law of the land? His nephew was more than ready for the inquiries, and Oberyn and the others were more than satisfied with his answers. I've been fortunate in my life to know some of the strongest, smartest, and most capable women from every corner of the realm. In the Seven Kingdoms, we have Lady Jenna, Lady Ashera, and Lady Dacey in the west, my Aunt Ilaria and cousins from Dorne, and my wife, along with her mother and grandmother from the Reach, Jay said, nodding to Olenna. Then there are Lady Jonel, Lady Meege, and Lady Dustin in the north. I've only had limited dealings with her, but Lady Anya Waynwood from the Vale seems to be another key figure, along with my own aunts. And let's not forget the younger ones, like Lady Shireen, my sisters, and some of their friends. You haven't answered the question, Your Grace, Olenna interjected, eliciting a chuckle from Jay. I thought that's how politics worked, Lady Olenna. You speak many words but say nothing. Jay replied, prompting laughter from those gathered. I won't be making Dornish law the law of the land. However, I will give the people a choice, he continued. A choice, Your Grace? Jaime asked, intrigued. A choice, Lord Hand. Anyone who wishes can petition the crown to name their firstborn child as their heir, regardless of whether the child is a boy or a girl. If there's no petition, then primogeniture remains in effect for now, Jay explained. For now, nephew? Jaime inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. I have no idea what my daughter will wish to do when she is queen, uncle. Perhaps she'll be influenced even more by my aunt and cousins than I have been, Jay said, earning a chuckle from Oberyn, who knew that would be the case. He didn't need to ask if the queen supported this. It was clear to everyone that Jay wouldn't have made this decision without discussing it with Margaery first. Oberyn understood better than most that Jay had taken this small council meeting for a reason, and it was something Jay would later confirm. He listened as his nephew shared that once he and Margaery had come to an agreement, she suggested they announce their decision at the same time as Elia's birth. This was the only small council meeting Jay had attended, and it was clear that the implications of their discussion were significant. Margaery stood before the gathered audience, announcing the princess's wedding to Orain Waters. Oberyn listened intently as she explained that Orain would not be legitimized as a Valyrian but rather as a Targaryen, with the wedding set to take place during the next full moon. When he inquired about his nephew's whereabouts, he found himself wishing the meeting would conclude even faster. So much so that he requested and was granted leave to head to the king's chambers. Upon arriving, he found Jay doing exactly what he had anticipated. Yes, little dragon, she will be your rider. No, she's sleeping, but only if you promise to be very careful, Jay said as Oberyn entered the room. Elia, Alarie, and Jay's Aunt Sherera were present, along with the wet nurse, all watching as his nephew stood over the crib he had gifted him. Elia was sound asleep, just as Jay had mentioned, and Oberyn observed as Jay gently placed the indigo dragon into the crib beside her. Curious, Oberyn moved closer to take in the sight of the two dragons sleeping side by side. Is that safe, nephew? Elia asked. I believe so. She's incredibly gentle with her, just like Ghost is. Even when Elia reaches out to grab or pull on either of them, they react much less than Marjorie or I do when she does the same to us, Jay replied, his gaze fixed on the babe and the dragon resting in the crib. Jay nodded in Oberyn's direction as he approached, and Oberyn returned the gesture, his eyes focused on Elia as she slept. Her hair glimmered silver in the morning light, and although her eyes were closed, he found himself wishing she would wake, just to see her gaze upon him and absorb the world around her. His grandniece was a curious little one, reminding him so much of Obella and Doria at the same age. She reached for things, stared at them in wonder, and Oberyn watched every moment unfolding around him. A dragon, a wolf, a lion, and even a snake, Elia was more than what Jay himself had ever been. How did they take the news? Jay asked, finally turning his gaze away from the crib. Very well. Naming him a Targaryen is a wise decision, nephew, Oberyn replied. I wish all the houses could be called Targaryen, uncle. If Tyrion and Arryn have more than 2 children, would hope the third is named Targaryen instead of Martell, Jay said, catching Oberyn by surprise. For the Tower of Joy? Oberyn asked, realizing what his nephew was after. Though perhaps Marjorie and I should have as many children as you and my aunt? Jay suggested, eliciting a chuckle from Elia and a gasp from Alarie. Jay quickly reassured Alarie with a shake of his head when he turned to look at her. I hope you are as blessed as I have been, nephew, Oberyn said with a smile. As do I, uncle, in more ways than one, Jay replied, his eyes drifting to Elia. He had seen Jay look at others in the same way, like with Jaime and Daisy, or Mace and Alarie, but it was the way he regarded himself and Elia that struck Oberyn. Jay held them up as an example, something even he and his wife had never considered themselves to be. While Oberyn knew they loved each other completely and were devoted, he had never thought they represented the ideal couple. Yet Jay seemed to see that in them, and it filled Oberyn with pride that his nephew viewed him and especially Elia in such a light. For too many years, Elia had faced scorn from others, not in Dorne, never there, but during their travels or in conversations, she was often regarded as lesser. But from the moment Jay had met her, that perception had changed, and it would never be that way again. They stood together, gazing at the sleeping babe and the dragon, lost in the silence of the moment. Oberyn chuckled as Marjorie walked into the room. He watched as she headed straight for the crib, then turned to Jay with a knowing smile. Her words made it clear that while Jay might have his wishes, he would always defer to his wife on matters like this. Really, Jay, we've talked about this, Marjorie said. Oberyn caught a smirk on his nephew's face. Come, little dragon. Let's go see your sister. I'm sure she'll welcome your presence, even if my grumpy wife does not, Jay replied, reaching in to take the indigo dragon out of the crib. To Oberyn's surprise, the dragon chirped excitedly, as he had thought it was sleeping. I am not grumpy, Jaehaerys Targaryen, Marjorie retorted, her tone playful. Oberyn laughed as the dragon chirped again, and he heard Jay speak before leaning in to kiss Marjorie's cheek. He left the room with the dragon perched on his shoulder. You're right, little dragon. I wish I could chirp sometimes too, Jay said, stepping out the door. Oberyn turned to Marjorie, who was laughing softly. She then turned back to the crib, gently touching Elia's cheek. Yes, little dragon, you're right. Your father is a fool, Marjorie said to Elia. Oberyn couldn't agree more, and he wouldn't change a thing about it. In King's Landing, 300 AC, Sansa found herself swept up in a whirlwind of excitement, a wedding, a babe, and a dragon. She couldn't decide which thrilled her the most. No, that wasn't quite right, it was all of them, equally. Elia was the most precious thing in the world, beautiful, tiny, and delicate. The moments when Jay and Marjorie allowed her to hold Elia felt almost magical. The little dragon was enchanting too. Just thinking about how one day it would grow to be as large as Elegon or Rhaenys was almost beyond her comprehension. Seeing it on her brother's shoulder filled her with awe. Sansa gazed at the baby dragon as it flitted around the room, a sight unlike anything she had ever imagined. She lived in a world filled with dragons, a reality she had accepted long ago, and she had even flown with Jay once. Yet, she had never envisioned the existence of a baby dragon. It was only natural that such creatures existed. This little dragon reminded her of Fawn as a pup, curious and eager to explore, fierce in appearance yet gentle with those it loved. Sansa felt a warm thrill knowing she was among those the dragon considered part of its pack. If she had to choose, Sansa would admit that her thoughts often drifted to the wedding. Being involved in the preparations could have been part of it, or perhaps it was because Princess Daenerys, whom she considered a friend, was the one getting married. The fact that the princess was marrying for love rather than for political gain stirred Sansa's romantic heart. Or maybe it was simply the thought that one day, she too would be wed. In just 2 years, she would reach her majority, and then she and Willis would be married. That might have been the reason for her daydreaming. "Sansa, you're doing it again," Joy said, pulling Sansa from her thoughts. She lifted her head from the wedding dress she was sewing, relieved to see she hadn't pierced her fingers and stained the fabric with blood. "Sorry, I was." Sansa started to explain, but Joy smirked and interrupted her. "Dreaming of your own wedding day," Joy teased, prompting giggles from Eleanor and Joanna. Joy Lannister, Ashera chided, and Sansa struggled to contain her laughter as Joy made her, "Oh no, I'm in trouble," face. "Sorry, Ashera," Joy replied, though Sansa knew that wasn't entirely accurate. Joy wasn't truly teasing, she had gotten lost in her thoughts more than once while working on the princess's wedding dress. Sansa found herself lost in thoughts of her own wedding. Helping with the preparations allowed her to embrace or dismiss certain aspects of the upcoming ceremony, tucking them away in a small locked box in her mind for later reflection. Her dress would be different. While the princess had mixed feelings about a grand ceremony, Sansa yearned for the largest celebration possible. It wasn't out of pride or selfishness, she simply wanted the entire realm to witness her happiness when she finally married Willis. "Sansa," Joy said, raising an eyebrow. Sansa felt herself blush as she returned to her work. The dress was nearly finished. She had incorporated as much of the princess's essence into it as she could, and now she was just adding the green seahorse to represent House Arryn. She had embroidered dragons, small spears, and the princess's sigil, the three-headed dragon, each head colored like Elegon, Regal, and Sandorix, resting on the dragon mont. When she placed the last bead, it was complete and only needed fitting. Sansa smiled as she stood up, holding the dress proudly in her hands. "Is that for me?" Daenerys asked as she walked into the room. Sansa glanced worriedly at the door, relieved to see that Owain wasn't with her and hadn't caught a glimpse of the dress. "It is. It's done, apart from the fitting," Sansa replied, and Joy stood up to admire it. "Will you both help me with it? While I love wearing dresses, I worry I might damage this one." "It's far too beautiful to risk," Daenerys said, holding the dress with a look of delight that made Sansa's heart soar. "Of course, Princess," Sansa said. "Dany, Sansa, how many times?" "Come on, Dany, let's get you dressed," Joy interjected. Sansa giggled at how Joy always seemed to make her feel awkward and proper, even when she wasn't trying to be. The dress fit remarkably well, and it wasn't just Sansa who teared up a little when Sansa watched as Daenerys wore the dress. Even Joy was silent, almost awestruck by how stunning it looked on the princess, and how beautifully she carried it. There were a few minor alterations needed, but Sansa felt relieved that they were minimal, considering she had taken Daenerys' measurements herself. Daenerys was quiet, staring intently at her reflection in the mirror. Aside from her and Joy, it was Missandei who showed the most emotion, wiping her eyes as she gazed at her princess. With her work done for the day, Sansa noticed Joy rushing off to Jay's rooms, with Ser Brienne following closely behind. The younger girl was always eager to spend time with Elia. Sansa felt a sense of loss, unsure of what to do next. She could join Joy and enjoy time with Elia and Marjorie, but instead, she found herself wandering in a daze. It wasn't surprising that she ended up in the gardens, but it was unexpected to find herself at the weirwood tree. Though it wasn't yet taller than her, the white bark and blood-red leaves gave it an almost larger-than-life presence. She settled onto one of the large rocks that Jay had arranged around it, gazing into the small pool he had dug. It amazed her how hard he had worked to replicate Winterfell's godswood in miniature. Although efforts were underway to expand the godswood beyond its original bounds, Sansa knew it would eventually take on a different appearance. This place felt peaceful, just as she knew it did for Jay, and even for Lord Wyman, who, despite following the Seven, still visited from time to time. Sansa, she heard a voice call, turning to see Willis approaching, his cane softly tapping the ground with each step. "Willis," she replied, but he silenced her with a kiss, one of the deeper, more genuine ones they had been sharing lately. "I thought I would find you with the princess or with my niece and their graces," Willis said. "I went for a walk and ended up here," she admitted, as he took her hand. They sat down close together on the largest of the rocks. "Is everything all right?" he asked, noticing something in her expression that she didn't even realize was there. "What?" "Of course, everything's fine," she replied almost hurriedly. "Sansa?" he asked, concern creeping into his voice. She leaned into him and kissed his cheek, feeling his arm wrap around her as they sat in silence for a moment. Her emotions were tangled, she wasn't upset, yet she was acting as if she were. It took her a moment to understand that it was the weight of waiting for 2 years that had her so distracted. "I wish we could be wed soon. I wish it were you and me marrying, not the princess and Arryn. Does that make me a bad person?" "That I wish it wasn't them, but us instead," she asked softly. "If that makes you bad, then I am too, Sansa," he said, turning to look at her and nodding. "I wish them both all the happiness and joy in the world. I feel no jealousy toward either of them, yet I too wish it were our wedding taking place. It's not wrong to wish for that, only if you wished they couldn't marry so we could." "I do not wish that, I would never," she said, shaking her head. "Which is why, my sweet Sansa, you can never be a bad person," he said, kissing her gently. They settled into a comfortable silence, simply enjoying each other's company. Every so often, Willis would turn to her, planting a soft kiss on her cheek or forehead, brushing against her lips, and sometimes sharing the deeper, more genuine kisses she was beginning to cherish. It was Willis who finally broke the silence, sharing news about the ravens that had arrived. Sansa felt a mix of excitement and disappointment at the thought that her father wouldn't be coming. "It's going to be Robb and Winifred, Cregan and Lady Alice Karstark, and Arya with some of Lady Daisy's sisters, along with Lord Jorah and my Aunt Lynesse," Willis said. "I had hoped father. Perhaps we can. Could we go visit him?" Willis asked, and Sansa turned to him, wondering if he was teasing her. "For real?" she replied eagerly. Why not? We could head back north with your brother, sister, and your cousin. I have nothing pressing at the moment, and I'm sure I can arrange it so we can both be away for a moon or two. I'd like that. I'd like that very much, she said, and he smiled at her. Then, she kissed him, one of those genuine kisses that let her linger in her daydream a little longer. "Do you take this man?" "I take this man." The voices were distant, but in time they would grow louder, and then she would get to speak and hear them for real. King's Landing, 300 AC. Robb remembered when his father told him he would be the one to go to King's Landing to represent the Starks and the North. At first, he didn't know what to think. He wanted to go, to see Jay's aunt wed and to meet his niece, but he had expected his father would take on that responsibility. However, his father explained that he was to be the future warden of the North. In time, he would need to forge relationships with the men and women who ruled the other lands. He would have to know the lords of the West and the Reach, the lords of the Riverlands and the Vale. Dorne, the Stormlands, the Crownlands, and even the Iron Islands would be represented. Robb wasn't sure how he felt about the last ones. Lady Asha is a different sort, according to your brother. The Ironborn desire different things, Robb. Speak, be friendly, and though you should stay on your guard, don't be the one who provokes a confrontation, his father advised as they sat in the Godswood. Of course, father. I won't let you down. I know that, son. I have no fear of it, and I want you to enjoy yourself too. You're far better at this so-called game than I am. You understand it better than I do and are more willing to play it. Go, look after your sister. Make sure to give your wife and cousin my warmest regards, and don't forget to hug Sansa, Jay, and Elia as tightly as you can for me. They had set off for Sea Dragon Point, meeting up with Great John and Small John along the way. Both men were excited about their journey to the south, eager to see his brother again and welcome his niece into the world. However, Robb quickly realized that both men were just as enthusiastic about participating in the tourney. It made him chuckle to think about how much things had changed in the realm. Northmen were now genuinely interested in going south. Upon reaching Sea Dragon Point, they were all stunned by the progress that had been made. The main keep was habitable, and they were treated to a feast there, even given rooms for the night. Although the rooms were still far from finished, they were warm and inviting. Robb was surprised to discover that Lady Alice was staying at the keep. His cousin's wedding was set for a later date, yet here she was, under chaperone of course. But just looking at his cousin, it was clear how much joy her presence brought him. The docks had also been constructed, and the first of his cousin's ships had already arrived. While they were primarily intended to protect trade, they also transported some of the wood that the Umbers and others brought to Bear Island, generating a little extra coin in the process. Robb felt a sense of pride knowing that it had been his idea, not his father's, to establish this venture. The she-bear, Winifred said from beside him. Robb turned to see the pinnacle ship sailing towards them and felt a surge of excitement to see his little sister once more. He was eager to continue their journey to King's Landing. Although traveling to White Harbor and sailing from there would have been quicker, Robb wanted to take the time to speak with his father's bannermen who would accompany them on this trip. Robb felt a sense of warmth wash over him as he thought of being with his family. Cregan was a frequent visitor to Winterfell and Barrowtown, much to his father's surprise. However, it had been ages since he had seen Arya. The moment he spotted her and Lyanna Mormont walking down to greet them, accompanied by Alysanne and Lyra, he realized just how much he had missed her. "That cannot be my little sister," he exclaimed with a smile. "Surely, it's an impostor. Look at you, the wild she-wolf who's now half a bear." Arya and Lyanna Mormont exchanged matching frowns, and Arya smirked as she glanced at Lyanna. "I told you he was stupid," she said, before running into his arms. I missed you too," Robb replied, embracing her tightly. She had grown, still small but definitely taller, and it was hard to believe she was only 1 and 10. She carried herself with a newfound confidence that made her seem almost like a woman. Bear Island had been good for her, and for Nymeria too, as Robb noticed the wolves having their own reunion a little way off. "Does Jay really have a babe?" Arya asked as they began to move their belongings onto the ship. "A girl. He named her Elia," Robb answered, watching as a smile spread across his sister's face. "And a new dragon?" she inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Robb chuckled. The tale of the new dragon had certainly made its rounds throughout the realm. "Yes, and a new dragon," he confirmed. By mid-afternoon, they set sail, passing the stony shore and entering Blazewater Bay by nightfall. Robb quickly found himself captivated by the stories Arya spun about her adventures with Lyanna on Bear Island. Before long, just like the Umbers, she was eagerly discussing tourneys and declaring that this time she would win the squire's duel. "Does that not get old?" he asked, intrigued by her enthusiasm. Alysanne sat there, smiling. "Aye, but I wouldn't have them any other way, Lord Robb," she said proudly. It took them nearly a moon to sail past Massey's Hook and into Blackwater Bay. Robb worried at one point that they might arrive too late for the wedding, while Arya fretted about missing the tournament. Despite the occasional dull moment, he enjoyed the journey on the ship. It was certainly more comfortable than traveling by road, and the cabins allowed him and Winifred to express their affections freely. The sounds of their intimacy were less likely to carry from a cabin than they would have from a tent. Robb knew Winifred was anxious about not yet having conceived, and he did his best to reassure her. He reminded her that his brother had been married much longer than they had, and it had taken him and Marjorie some time to welcome a child into the world. "Your father," she said, referring to his own birth, "was heading off to war. Perhaps it was the gods' will, in case something happened to him. Maybe it was fate, or just the way things are, my love. We will be blessed with children. Besides, I find I enjoy the practice," he said, making her laugh. "As do I, my love," she replied, kissing him. He always felt grateful to the gods and to his brother for sending him to White Harbor all those years ago. They arrived at night, so the She-Bear dropped anchor and didn't head into the docks until the next morning. Robb was eager to finally be there and spent the entire time sailing to the docks on the deck with Arya, Cregan, and the wolves. As they approached, he could see the multitude of ships that had gathered at the docks, vessels from Dorne and the west, flying House Martell's son and spear, the three-headed dragon of House Targaryen, and the lion of House Lannister. "Look, it's Jay!" Arya exclaimed excitedly, and he turned to look. As Robb stepped onto the dock, he shook his head. While he was there to greet them, it was clear he wasn't doing so as the king. His brother had found a way to sidestep protocol after all. At Eastwatch in 300 AC, Benjen Stark stood on the docks alongside Tormund and Vale. He gazed out at the multitude of ships approaching. A letter had reached him in Queen's Crown, delivering the news that his nephew was now a father, and that he was a granduncle to the next queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Princess Elia of House Targaryen was the child in question, and Benjen longed to travel to King's Landing to see her for himself. The fact that Jay had named her after the mother of his brother and sister, a woman who had once named him her son, despite having no obligation to do so, felt fitting to Benjen. To name her as his heir, while some might question it, only reinforced for him that Lyanna lived on in her son. Her spirit would endure forever. Benjen had wished to make his way to King's Landing, and he knew Vale would have joined him. Tormund likely would have come too, had he been asked. But the news of Jay's daughter wasn't the only reason he stood there now, waiting for the ships to dock. The Company of the Rose was returning home, back to the north for the first time in over 3 centuries. How Jay had managed this was a mystery to Benjen, as were most of Jay's endeavors. "Can we trust these men?" Tormund asked as the first ship pulled in. "Do you trust Jay?" Benjen replied, noticing the smile spreading across Tormund's face. I do." "Then you can trust these men. They are warriors, Tormund, and we need warriors." Vale looked at him, concern evident in her eyes. "To fight with us or against us, Benjen?" "Jay would never send us men he feared would fight against us, Vale." Benjen stepped forward with a nod. As the men walked down the gangplank, Frost darted toward one of them. Benjen watched closely as the man and his companions gazed in awe at the dire wolf. He held his breath when the man reached out to rub Frost's head. The wolf's calm demeanor was a reassuring sign, and he noticed the relieved breaths Vale and Tormund took beside him. They had placed even more faith in Frost's acceptance than he had. Benjen Stark, acting Lord of Queen's Crown, he introduced himself, brushing aside the chuckles from his companions. Torrhen Snow, commander of the Company of the Rose, the man replied. Ben-Jen glanced past him at the others, who seemed to take in the landscape as if they were seeing a place they had never truly believed existed. One of the men knelt to touch the ground, another inhaled deeply, and the last turned slowly, taking in the wall, the small village, and the trees in the distance. Ben-Jen thought he saw a glimmer in their eyes, though he attributed it to the cold and wind. "Forgive my men, Lord Stark. We have long awaited the White Wolf's call and the chance to walk in the north once more," Torrhen said. "There's nothing to forgive, Torrhen. Just call me Ben-Jen," he replied. Torrhen nodded in acknowledgement. "This is my wife, Vale, and Tormund Giant's Bane. Like me, they are of the free folk," he said, studying Torrhen for any signs of anger or annoyance at the presence of wildlings. "The White Wolf let them pass?" one of the other men asked, curiosity evident in his tone, though not anger. "Aye, the threat we face requires all hands on deck," Ben-Jen said quickly, sensing Vale or Tormund might take offense where none was intended. "Then it seems we are not the only ones who belong here," Torrhen remarked. Ben-Jen raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "My other commanders are Brandon, Artos, and Hugo Snow." "Met," he said, watching the men nod in agreement. It took some time for each of the ships to dock, and Ben-Jen was struck not only by the number of men but by the supplies they had brought with them. Each one was armed with dragonglass, and they had cartloads of provisions, something he was extremely grateful for. Jay had ensured that his people were well stocked, and over time, their hunting and fishing had contributed to their stores. However, they didn't have much to spare, certainly not enough to feed the company's men. So, he was relieved that it seemed they had brought their own supplies or that Jay had arranged for it. Ben-Jen later discovered it was a bit of both. They set up a temporary camp while the ships were being unloaded and departed after less than a week. He was amazed by the efficiency of the company, struck by the clear difference between a professional soldier, a man called to arms, and the free folk themselves. This distinction was evident in everything they did. Once they set up camp, they worked far more quickly than he and Val could have with their own tent. They rose early and marched even when he wished to stop, covering ground much faster than he had anticipated. One evening, less than 2 weeks into their journey, he found himself sitting around the fire with Torrhen and the others when they first began to discuss important matters. "Why did your men stay in Essos, Torrhen?" he asked, noting the interest from Val and Tormund. "We had to wait for the call, Ben-Jen. We waited for the White Wolf to rise and summon us to arms. The company wasn't formed to engage in the struggle for thrones, nor to witness the North defend itself against its enemies, though we played our part in that often enough," Torrhen replied, eliciting laughter from the group. "We were prepared for the true fight, the true war, the only war that truly matters." "The Great War," Tormund added softly. "That war is soon heading our way," Torrhen continued. "We'll fight because the White Wolf has called us, we'll fight because Brandon Snow formed us for this purpose. We'll fight, and we'll either win or die, be it the last man standing or, if we're fortunate, we'll all make it through. Alive, we'll fight with anyone willing to stand by our side," Torrhen said, glancing at Val and Tormund as he nodded in agreement. They soon reached Castle Black, with only Ben-Jen, Torrhen, and Frost riding through its gates. Ben-Jen noticed the wary expressions on the faces of his former brothers as they turned their eyes toward Torrhen. For now, it was Torrhen who commanded their attention, and Ben-Jen understood why. Tales of the army marching through the gift had surely spread. Jaehaerys stood on the balcony, looking down at them as they dismounted. Ben-Jen, Torrhen, and Frost made their way up the stairs to speak with him after he sent Stannis Baratheon to fetch them. "I didn't expect to see you, Ben-Jen," Jaehaerys said as they entered his chambers. "I thought it best you hear this from me, Jaehaerys, before rumors take hold," Ben-Jen replied. "Hear what?" Jaehaerys asked, curiosity piqued. "The man with me is Torrhen Snow, Lord Commander of the Company of the Rose," Ben-Jen announced, prompting gasps from both Stannis and Jeor. Essos? I thought you and your men refused to leave Essos. Jeor questioned. Torrhen nodded. We did, but the White Wolf has called for us, and the company has answered. My men and I will find a place to set up camp and begin our preparations for the war to come. I fear we may not have long to wait. You fight against the dead? Stannis asked, his tone serious. We fight for the living and to protect the North. We fight for the White Wolf, Torrhen responded. He noticed Jeor nodding, a small smile forming on the man's face. Then I welcome you on behalf of the Night's Watch. Send word to us when you're settled, and let us know where you are, so should our paths cross, we will know we do so as allies and not enemies, Jeor said, and Torrhen nodded in agreement. Days later, they came across an old abandoned fort. The ground was even, and there were good trees nearby. A short distance away, a stream provided fresh water. Benjen couldn't help but wonder why the free folk hadn't claimed this ground for themselves. A strange thought crossed his mind, perhaps this land was never meant for them, but was always destined to belong to the Company of the Rose. His feeling was only strengthened when Frost began to dig eagerly into the earth. Torrhen, Tormund, and Benjen rushed over to see what had excited the wolf so much. That can't be. Benjen exclaimed as he watched Torrhen reach down and pull something from the ground. It looked as if it had just been placed there the day before, untouched by time. The crown of Torrhen Stark, the crown of the White Wolf, Torrhen said almost reverently. The crown was crafted from iron and bronze, adorned with 9 spikes shaped like longswords. Runes were engraved upon its surface, and the only decoration was a large black stone at its center. When Torrhen nodded to him, Benjen reached out and took the crown in his hands. It felt as if it was whispering to him, but he quickly realized that the voice he heard wasn't a call to him at all. It was Frost, the wolf almost speaking in words. For the quiet sun, for the White Wolf. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, Margaery knew that if she had asked her husband to join her, he would have done so instead of her, just as she understood that, by rights of propriety and protocol, he should be there with her. Yet trying to get him to adhere to such standards was always a challenge, especially when he had an excuse, like Elia, to keep him away. Just the day before, he had snuck away from the Red Keep to greet his family in King's Landing, not as a king, but as a brother, she thought with a smirk. That smirk faded quickly as she noticed the Falcon Lord approaching. Lord Harold Arryn, Your Grace, the herald announced. Your Grace, Princess, Lord Orraine, I am truly honored to be invited to your wedding, Harold said, his tone polite yet his expression revealing a different motive. I wish you and Lord Orraine nothing but good fortune. And to you, Your Grace, my sincerest congratulations on the birth of Princess Elia. Thank you, Lord Arryn, for your warm wishes to my good aunt, my daughter, and myself, Margaery replied with a forced smile, relieved when he finally stepped away. Though she understood the political games at play, a part of her had hoped that she and Jae could rise above such machinations. They carried significant influence throughout the realm even before ascending to the throne, and with her husband possessing dragons, she had believed it might deter these petty plots. Perhaps it had, or perhaps Harold Arryn was simply a fool. It frustrated her that despite the opportunities he had been given, he still sought more than he deserved and schemed against Jae and their family. She glanced at Sir Richard Lonmouth, who nodded in understanding, then turned her attention to the others gathered. Lady Shireen was genuine and her greeting had been a welcome respite. As for Lord Renly, he was a changed man from the one she had known. His time in the Black Cells and the loss of his beloved had weakened him both physically and emotionally, yet he seemed relieved that his house had retained as much as it had. As the Falcon watched them both, Margaery stifled a smile, reminding herself that while falcons may soar, dragons ruled the skies. When the time for luncheon arrived, she welcomed the break, as did the others. Dany departed with Orraine and her aunt, while Sansa and Mira trailed behind her as she hurried back to her rooms. She sent a servant to fetch her meal. Marjorie hurried to the door, eager to see Jae and their daughter. As she stepped inside, the sight that greeted her made her swallow the lump in her throat. Without even realizing it, she moved to lie down beside her husband and their child. Jae was on his back, the indigo dragon resting its head on his shoulder while he cradled Elia in his arms, her head nestled on his other shoulder. The words he sang were soft and quiet, barely audible. I see trees of green. Red roses too. I see them bloom. For me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue. And clouds of white. The bright blessed day. The dark sacred night. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying how do you do. They're really saying, I love you. I hear babies cry. I watch them grow. They'll learn much. Marjorie entered the chamber, wanting to steal a moment to watch her husband Jae and their daughter Elia before she had to leave. The joy and laughter she had brought with her to the throne room quickly faded into the background. She barely noticed Sansa's gasp before the woman stood before them, her attire marking her as a septa. But her words were far from those of a devout and faithful woman. This cannot be allowed to stand. It's bad enough we have a heathen bastard for a king, now we're to witness a bastard marrying a princess of the realm? No, brothers, sisters, I say no. In the name of the warrior, I charge you to take up arms and reform the warrior's sons. Just as those wretches who have been bought and paid for by this heathen king should now reassemble as the poor fellows. We must rise. We must rise and ensure that bastards learn their true places and that the realm knows the truth about them. They are lustful and spiteful creatures, none more so than a king who would see his own aunt married to a bastard just like him. Her voice rang out loudly as the guards moved to apprehend her. Remove this woman and summon the High Septon to answer for her. She has dishonored our great and noble king and dared to scorn my good aunt's betrothed. You, Septa, have brought shame upon the seven this day. Shame! Marjorie exclaimed, her anger flaring. The rest of the greetings were forgotten as Marjorie rushed to Dany, noticing her distress, but Tyrion and Princess Arryn reached her first. Turning to Sansa, Marjorie saw her friend's aghast expression, yet there was recognition in her eyes. You know this woman, Sansa? Marjorie asked gently. I do, Your Grace. To my great shame, I do. Her name is Mordain, and she was my mother's and my own septa, Sansa replied, her voice trembling with emotion. Marjorie moved closer, embracing Sansa to offer her comfort and support during this difficult moment. There's no reason to feel ashamed for someone else's actions, Marjorie said, trying to reassure Sansa. She and Jae? She asked, sensing Sansa shake her head in distress, unable to articulate her true feelings. She'll be dealt with. This has nothing to do with you, Sansa. It's just the last remnants of your mother's hatred for Jae, something none of us can be blamed for, except her. By the time Marjorie reached her chambers, she felt somewhat calmer. She was relieved to find Jae still asleep as she settled into her chair at the desk, contemplating how to deal with such a hateful woman. King's Landing, 300 AC. The wedding. Dany. She had worried that Tyrion wouldn't make it, or that something would happen to delay or even derail her wedding day. The closer the date approached, the more she feared something would come between her and Arryn. But Tyrion had arrived, along with others who she and her nephew wished could witness their special day. Her dress had been ready on time, and the people of the city had cheered her each time she passed by. It felt as if everyone wanted to see her wed. Lord Montfort and his lady wife, Lena, welcomed her as if she were already part of their family. Oraine's nephew, Montrese, looked at her with a sense of wonder, perhaps due to Elegon. The boy was thrilled at the prospect of her joining their family, as it meant he could squire for his uncle and foster at Dragonstone, a notion she had eagerly agreed to. So, when the Septa spoke those harsh words, Marjorie hadn't expected it. Even her brother's attempts to explain that it was more about the woman's feelings toward Jay didn't ease her worries. She didn't believe those words, and she knew Jay wouldn't either. But deep down, she feared that the woman was speaking on behalf of the faith, and that it was the faith who might put a stop to her wedding. What if they decided to heed the woman's call and rise against her? Marjorie felt a wave of frustration wash over her, knowing that others seemed determined to ruin her special day and shatter her dreams. Jay had been furious, and when the High Septon was summoned, Marjorie felt a moment of relief. It was fortunate that she had dealt with him instead of her nephew, otherwise, she would have found herself without anyone to officiate her wedding at the Great September. Despite her worries, Marjorie found comfort in the knowledge that no matter what happened, Jay would ensure she was married on the day she desired, with or without the faith's blessing. The High Septon had come to speak with her and Arryn, clearly outlining his and the faith's position. Septa Mordain does not and did not speak for the faith, my princess, the High Septon assured her. While there are some among our septas and septons who may look down on someone because of their birth, I do not. Most of us adhere to the teachings of the mother. All children are innocent in her eyes, no matter which side of the sheets they are born on. Your Grace and your future husband are both examples of that. Marjorie raised an eyebrow. So you're not just marrying us because you fear my nephew's wrath or the dragons? Only a fool would not fear both, my princess, he replied with a laugh. But you can rest assured that it is not the reason. It is my honor to officiate at the wedding of a princess of the realm, and even more so, of you. Mine? Why? She inquired, genuinely curious. I was fortunate enough to meet your mother once, princess. She was a true queen, and you are the very image of her, both in looks and spirit. His words calmed her nerves, allowing her to focus on the fact that she was about to marry a man she loved, and that the moment was drawing near. She stood by the looking glass, gazing at a reflection she barely recognized. Although she wore dresses and felt comfortable in them, her usual attire had been a mix of practical clothing. Her time with Sandor had been filled with breeches and more comfortable, rather than pretty, garments. But both Sherera and Missandei had come up with a clever solution, a dress that blended the elegance of a gown with the comfort of breeches. It allowed her to feel like a princess while still being practical, and it was something she truly loved to wear. But what she had on now was perhaps the most beautiful thing she had ever seen, or worn. His Grace, she heard Missandei say. Turning from the looking glass, she saw Jay standing there, dressed in an outfit reminiscent of the one he wore at his own wedding and at Tyrion's. You are a vision, Aunt. A true vision, Jay joked, making her laugh in an effort to put her at ease. Trust me, I know, I've had more than one. Dany, truly, the realm hasn't seen the likes of you in many years. A princess of the blood, a dragon rider, and marrying for love. Even if your dress were rags, you would still be a vision today. Your smile, your happiness, you glow, Dany. You shine like the brightest sun. His words made her smile triumph over her tears, at least for now. Take me to my husband, she said determinedly. Jay nodded and moved to take her arm. She smiled at Sandor, Belwas, Grey Worm, and Ser Bonifer, who made up her honor guard. When the knight looked at her, Dany had to turn away, as the tears she saw in his eyes threatened to spill over. She was to ride in a carriage, with Jay beside her. Her nephew had suggested that Aemon or even Ser Bonifer lead her to Arryn, though as king and head of their house, it was his duty. He had asked her if she wished for someone else, even suggesting Sandor, but she had told him no. It had to be him, not just because of protocol, but because that was what she wanted. When they reached the Great September, Jay helped her out of the carriage and then led her up the steps. As Dany stepped forward, she could hear the cheers of the small folk surrounding her. They were celebrating her, Arryn, Jay, and Marjorie, and even Elia, the newest princess, who had quickly become a favorite among the people of King's Landing. But today, it was mainly her name and her mother's that rang out through the crowd. Dany felt a lump form in her throat at the sound and at Jay's words as they reached the doors of the Great September. "She's with you, Dany. She's with you in your heart, and one day she'll be with you for real. One day, you'll bring your husband to meet her and your own little ones. One day, she'll hold you in her arms and tell you how much she loves you and how very proud she is of you." "For today, I'll have to suffice," Jay said, hugging her tightly. Dany found herself wishing for that day to arrive while also feeling grateful for the present moment. Then there was Sandor. Throughout his life, there had been only a few occasions when he allowed himself to shed tears. Even when he felt overwhelming sadness or pain, or when the world seemed utterly pointless, tears rarely fell. Yet today, he found himself wiping his eyes more than once as he watched her approach the man who would soon be her husband. Seeing the sheer happiness on Dany's face, he couldn't hold back the tears any longer. For once, he didn't wipe them away or turn to hide from view. Dany had been an annoying little brat at times, but the happiest days of his life had been spent with her, with his sister. A heart he had thought was broken and incapable of love had been opened by her, completely and fully filled with something he never imagined he would know. Dany had wormed her way deep inside that heart and made herself right at home. Now, Sandor couldn't imagine what life would feel like without her there. They had laughed, fought, sworn, shared meals, and annoyed her aunt together. Together, they had traveled countless miles in a land he had never wished to set foot in. They had rested and ridden together, even sailed across the waters. Every moment they shared was something he would never trade for anything in this world. She had brought him friendships he never expected and given him a purpose in a life that had once felt aimless. To see her so happy, so full of joy, made him feel as if he had finally fulfilled his true calling. Sandor had discovered that he was meant to be a big brother. Gregor had stolen that chance from him, taken her from him, but the gods, or perhaps fate, had granted him another opportunity, another sister, and this time, he would not fail. "She is happy, my friend," Belwas said from beside him. "Aye, she is," Sandor replied. "We will feast tonight?" Belwas asked, excitement bubbling in his voice. "No cockroaches," Sandor said, not looking at him. "Very well, my friend. Tonight, Strong will not eat the honeyed locusts that do not fly." Sandor couldn't help but smile despite himself. If it weren't for her, he would never have chosen to spend time with the annoying man beside him. His little sister knew him better than he had ever known himself, ensuring that he found a friend along the way, Eamon. Seeing it all unfold before him was something he had never dared to wish for until his nephew had approached him all those years ago. His house may not have been what it once was, but it was on the path to restoration. His nephew was married, the throne securely in his grasp, and their line was safe with an heir. Looking at his other nephew, he could see that he, too, would soon welcome a little dragon into the world. As for his niece, Dany was the clearest representation of their house, second only to Princess Elia. While he and Jaehaerys bore the looks of their family, the silver hair and striking eyes, neither of them was quite the same. Without his ruby, Eamon appeared as an old man, blind and nearing the end of his days. He dreaded to think about how Jaehaerys truly looked, as she was even older than he was. Tyrion, for all his wit and intelligence, was a dwarf. Though his nephew was an impressive man who cast a large shadow, just as Jay would say, he was still defined by his stature. Jay may have been an incredibly handsome young man, embodying the looks of his father and their house, though he lacked the distinctive coloring. No, it was his niece and his nephew's daughter that people would first recognize as House Targaryen. So, to see Dany wed, marrying a man who shared his own Valyrian traits, was something he welcomed greatly. Their appearance defined them as much as the dragons did, it made them stand out, part of the realm yet distinctly apart. This would serve them well in the future. Just like both his nephews, his niece was marrying for love. How long had it been since his house had that luxury? Their power and beauty had always made them desirable, and politics often dictated they marry for alliances rather than matters of the heart. We are gathered here today to witness Princess Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen marry Lord Auryn Waters of House Valerion, the High Septon announced. Aemon smiled brightly as he looked at them both, feeling their happiness. Nothing else mattered as much as that. Auryn. This day felt like a dream, one he feared he might awaken from at any moment. He was about to marry the woman he loved more deeply than he had ever thought possible. That she was a princess felt secondary, it had only made him question his worthiness for her hand. Even now, he doubted himself, not because she was a princess, but simply because she was Dany, and she was so far beyond him that he could barely see how high she truly stood. Beautiful, smart, funny, and fierce, her time in the yard had shown him that more than once. Dany's heart was larger than any he had ever known, and Auryn found himself wondering if this was something that the younger generation of dragons all shared, or if it was simply her unique spirit. He liked to think that even if her name weren't Targaryen, she would still be the same person, unchangeable in her essence. He watched as the king led her to where he stood, as Dany was instructed to kneel by the High Septon. The king removed her maiden cloak, allowing Auryn to drape her in one that bore his wife's new sigil. He was not a Valerion, nor would he ever be one in any sense beyond his heart. From this day forward, he was Auryn Targaryen, and this cloak represented their new house. In the years to come, it might be worn by their own daughters, a thought that made his hands tremble slightly as he tied it around Dany's shoulders. He felt her shiver at his touch and watched as she rose when the High Septon commanded it. In that moment, he was lost in her violet eyes, just as he had been since the very first time he looked into them. When she smiled at him, he returned it eagerly, noticing how her smile widened in response. He took a ribbon from his pocket and wrapped it around their hands. Father, smith, warrior, mother, maiden, crone, stranger, I am hers and she is mine. From this day until the end of my days, he declared, his voice stronger than he had ever known it to be. What the gods have brought together, let no man dare come between. Princess Daenerys, Lord Auryn, you are one heart, one soul, one love, from this day to the end of your days, the High Septon proclaimed. Who moved first, he couldn't say, but suddenly he felt her lips on his own. It didn't matter, they were married. She was his, and he was hers for the rest of their lives. And if this was just a dream, then he never wanted to wake up. Jaehaerys Targaryen hoped he'd never wake from this dream. It was the year 300 AC in King's Landing, and once again, he found himself being forced to leave. He hated it. He understood it was necessary, yet the weight of it pressed heavily on his heart. Leaving Marjorie, his daughter, and Elia, even for just a few moments during the day, felt almost unbearable. He knew he had taken advantage of the fact that Marjorie and Jaime were managing the realm while he focused on the looming war. His wife had dedicated as much time to ruling as she had to their daughter, and he felt a twinge of guilt for that. But the truth was, he couldn't bring himself to rule. Sitting on the Iron Throne to welcome lords for Dany's wedding or attending small council meetings seemed like a waste of precious time. Time that could be better spent holding his daughter in his arms, gazing into those indigo eyes that marked her as a true dragon, just like the indigo dragon itself. He knew he should be using this time to prepare for the war ahead, but that too felt difficult. The thought of what would happen if he were to fall was the only thing that motivated him to fulfill his duties. It helped to know that he needed to ensure supplies were sent and that his words and orders were being heeded. Visiting Gendry and Toho Ma to inspect the armor being crafted brought him some solace. It allowed him to introduce the indigo dragon to her larger sister, Rhaenys, who was eager to see both her and her niece. This was something he had done with Elia at the very first opportunity he had. She's beautiful, Jay. So beautiful, Rhaenys said, as he held his daughter close to her. Jay smiled as Elia reached out her tiny hand, brushing against Rhaenys's snout. Elia, Ray, after your mother, he said, feeling the mix of sadness and joy in the moment. Thank you, little brother, Rhaenys replied, her voice filled with warmth. His sister said softly, "It was almost the same with the indigo dragon." Rhaenys brushed against it gently while the smaller dragon chirped, asking if she would grow as big as her sister one day. Jae allowed Rhaenys to reassure her, saying that she and Elia would have the skies as their playground. Marjorie and the others had urged him to name the dragon, claiming that calling her it, she, or little dragon was confusing. They insisted she needed a name. However, Jae refused. She was not his to name. The fact that she allowed him in and spoke to him was more about her eagerness to learn than a true bond. She wanted to be ready for the day Elia would sit on her back, and he understood that without needing to explain. The indigo dragon would be named by Elia when the time was right, not before. When the news arrived that the armor was ready, he hurried to Dragonstone, both he and Rhaenys eager to see it in action. It turned out to be both a blessing and a curse. While the armor itself was magnificent, it also set in motion the course of action Jae now needed to take. "It's lighter than I imagined, Gendry," he remarked, lifting a piece of the large expanse of mail. "Aye, it is, Your Grace." "Stronger too," Gendry replied, demonstrating as he took a large war hammer and began to strike the mail, doing no damage at all. "What about piercing?" Jae asked curiously. "Over here, Your Grace," called Tobo Mott, gesturing to where he stood with some mail draped over a straw dummy. "Try it, Your Grace," Gendry encouraged, handing him a spear. Jae followed the instruction and soon smiled when he saw the armor remained unpierced. He then took an axe and a sword, but even they couldn't break through. Only Blackfire could, and in that moment, he realized it was exactly what he needed. It took 4 men to place the armor. Jae focused intently on his sister as they prepared Rhaenys. He held her gaze, ensuring she felt supported throughout the process. When they finished, Rhaenys was almost entirely covered, her wings adorned with mail as well. Jae couldn't help but worry about how this would affect her flying, and he sensed she shared his concern. Initially, she took to the air on her own, testing her new armor. Then, she soared again with Jae on her back. "Is there any issue?" he asked, feeling no difference in her flight. "It takes some getting used to. I can feel it on me, but it doesn't weigh me down," Rhaenys replied. "I think this will keep you safe from those spears." "I truly believe it will," he assured her, sensing her trust in his words. However, the mood shifted when they landed. Gendry and Tobo delivered some troubling news about the time it would take to forge the Valyrian steel and the amount of blood they had used, all of which shocked Jae. It would take them months, perhaps even years, to armor all the dragons. "How much steel did you actually use?" he inquired, doing the calculations in his head. "Had we melted down the steel I provided, would it have been enough?" he pressed. "I believe so, Your Grace," Tobo responded. "Then, if you were to melt it down and forge it from that, how long would each dragon take?" "Rhaenys is nearly the size of 2 of the smaller dragons, Your Grace. Ligeron is smaller than Rhaenys but still large enough. We could forge enough for the 3 smaller dragons in less than a moon, perhaps closer to 2 to armor all 4, Gendry explained. "Very well. Continue working on forging the Valyrian steel, but for now, just make it into ingots," Jae instructed, and both men nodded. "I'll return with more for you to melt down, lots more," he added. He had prepared for this, and the Pinnacle ship was set to sail for Volantis, waiting for him there. The time for him to take his leave was drawing ever closer. It felt as if the timing itself was an intervention from the gods. He had been asleep, knowing Dany was due to marry the following day. Marjorie had spent the first part of the night with Elia and her dragon, and the second part with Jae. They were both thrilled that the time had come for them to be together again. Over the past few days, Jae had welcomed Robb and his family to King's Landing, introducing them to Elia. He had hoped for more time with them, but then the vision came to him in his sleep. It was simple, direct, and to the point. He had to leave, and he had to leave now. He could attend the wedding, but only briefly for the feast. When he shared this news with Marjorie, he worried they might argue. Although it upset her and dimmed Dany's special day somewhat, she understood. He promised her he wouldn't delay and would return as quickly as he could. After putting it out of his mind, he spent the morning with his daughter and the Indigo Dragon before heading to escort Dany to the Great September. The wedding went off without a hitch. The crowds cheered for Dany and Arryn as they stood outside the Great September, and all 5 dragons flew overhead. Once they returned to the Red Keep, Jae welcomed everyone to the feast, giving Dany and Arryn pride of place. He stayed only long enough for one dance with his wife and another with his aunt before making his way to his rooms to say goodbye to Elia, having already bid farewell to Marjorie earlier that day. "I'll return soon, my little dragon. I swear it on the old gods and the new," he said, leaning down to kiss Elia's forehead. "No, you can't come with me. It's too dangerous," he told the Indigo Dragon as he heard Rhaenys landing in the courtyard below. "Very well, but you must do everything I, your brother, and sister say," he added in response to the loud, happy chirps. He picked up the little dragon and took one last look at his daughter as she lay there, then he wrote a note to his wife. Arthur followed him to where Rhaenys was waiting, and he knew the night would be ready for whatever lay ahead. He wished to bring her along, but on this journey, he and no one else could. The magic of Valyria didn't permit it, not yet. Perhaps one day, but not today. "I'll return as soon as I can, Arthur. We all will. I give you my word, I won't take any chances." "Valyria is a chance, Your Grace," Arthur replied. "Not for me it isn't." With that, he climbed onto Rhaenys's back, the Indigo Dragon nestled deep under his shirt, with only its head peeking out from the top as they soared into the sky. Beside him flew Ligeron, Elegon, Regal, and Sandorix. The dragons were going home. Chapter 168, Absence Makes the Heart Grow Fonder. King's Landing, 300 AC. Dany felt a whirlwind of emotions. She was married now, united as one with her husband. Although the day felt like a blur, she found that she didn't mind. Tomorrow, the memories would come back into focus, but tonight, she would simply revel in the joy of being a married woman. As she looked out at the crowd, watching everyone dance, converse, and enjoy themselves, she felt a peculiar mix of belonging and detachment. She had shared her first dance with Arryn, and later, she danced with Jae while Marjorie twirled with Arryn. Jae had teased her, showering her with compliments, making their dance pass by quicker than she expected. She was grateful for that. He had mentioned that he couldn't stay for long, that he needed to leave, and that Elegon would accompany him. Jae promised Marjorie would fill her in on the details later. Dany nodded, accepting this with a hint of concern, wondering if she was more focused on her husband than questioning Jae's intentions. After Jae departed, she sensed a shift in Marjorie's mood, which made Dany feel guilty for her own happiness. It reminded her of all the times Jae had to leave her alone, and those thoughts stirred a sense of worry within her. Arryn noticed her distress and soon enough, she shifted her focus back to more pleasant thoughts. Dany realized that the moment to retire to their bed was approaching. The anticipation made her both nervous and excited. The idea of lying together was one she had entertained more than once, especially as the wedding day drew near. For now, though, she sat at the high table, her husband's hand in hers as they engaged with those around them. Dany struggled to pay attention, hoping she wasn't coming off as rude. "You both make such a beautiful couple, Princess. It was truly a wonderful day. Long may it last." Dany remembered the words spoken to her, "I expect you're feeling just like I did on my own wedding day, thinking of the night to come, my princess." The identity of the speaker was lost to her, as the voices around her blended together. Lords and ladies approached the high table to present their gifts or exchange pleasantries, and Dany found herself repeating the same phrases over and over. It wasn't until her aunt stood before her that she realized how mechanical her responses had become. Sherera looked at her, then burst into laughter, prompting Dany to shake her head in embarrassment. "Forgive me, Aunt," she said, feeling flustered. "There's nothing to forgive, niece. It warms my heart to see you so happy," Jaehaerys replied, her smile genuine. "I am happy, truly," Dany assured her. Jaehaerys glanced over at Arryn, who was deep in conversation with a lord Dany didn't recognize. "As is your husband, niece," Jaehaerys said, and Dany smiled, seeing the joy reflected in Arryn's eyes. "You should move around the room, niece. Prepare to say your goodbyes, starting with those you wish to honor," Jaehaerys suggested. Dany hesitated, looking at Arryn, who gently squeezed her hand, silently agreeing with Jaehaerys' advice. "You're right. Will you join me, Aunt?" "I'd be delighted." Dany leaned in to kiss Arryn's cheek before rising to take Jaehaerys' arm. Her aunt expressed her happiness once more, and Dany felt warmth spreading through her heart. She turned to Marjorie, giving her a small nod, then began to move around the room, stopping to chat with those she wanted to connect with. Her first stop was the table filled with children. Dany couldn't help but laugh when Arya, Lyanna Mormont, and Joy told her how much they'd enjoyed the day. The two northern girls then asked her why she had chosen to marry. Dany's explanation, however, did not sit well with either of them. Both of them declared they'd never marry, with Joy adding that if they found the right man one day, they might not want to live up to those words. After chatting with them, Dany moved to where Sansa was sitting with Willis. "Thank you for your work on my dress and for helping to make this day so special," Dany said, smiling. Sansa blushed, which only made her look even prettier in Dany's eyes. As Sansa shared how amazing the day had been and how happy she was for Dany, Dany noticed the way Sansa glanced at Willis beside her. It was clear that just as Dany had been counting down the days to her own wedding, Sansa was doing the same. Dany spent some time with the ladies of the West, Lady Jenna, Lady Dacey, Lady Ashera, and Lady Dorna. They all complimented her on her dress and wished her well for the future. She didn't get the chance to speak with Jay's two cousins from the north, Lord Robb and Lord Cregan, as both men were far too engrossed in the ladies accompanying them. Lord Robb was already married, and Cregan was soon to be, so Dany felt no urge to interrupt their conversations. Instead, she let them dance to their heart's content and moved on to speak with Oberyn, his wife, and his daughters. Elia and the Sand Snakes were delighted to see her. Soon, she found herself in front of Arryn and sitting beside Tyrion. "You're happy, sister?" Tyrion asked, repeating a question he had posed more than once that day. "Very much so, brother." "I believe you know the feeling," she replied with a smile. He laughed and took her hand. "I do. He's a good man, Dany. I'm happy for you." Leaning forward, she kissed his cheek. "As if that wasn't enough to make me happy, I'm going to be an aunt soon." "All is well?" she asked, glancing at Arryn, who placed a hand on her stomach. "All is well, Dany," Arryn assured her. Tyrion and Arryn spoke for a while, both clearly enjoying Dany's company. Yet, it was evident they knew she would prefer to be somewhere else, with someone else. "Go and say your goodnights to the Queen, Dany. The time has come for you to depart," Tyrion said, a smirk playing on his lips. "Do you wish to be rid of me, brother?" she teased, her smirk growing wider. I do," he replied with a chuckle, pretending to push her away. "You've stayed long enough to be proper, Dany. Now go and do some improper things." Dany felt a blush rise to her cheeks as she nodded. Jaehaerys had left her side when she moved to Tyrion, so she walked alone across the floor. On her way, she bumped into a clearly drunk Herald Arryn. He apologized, looking fearful as he realized who he had collided with, but there was something else in his expression that made her uneasy. Thankfully, Lady Kinvara stepped in beside her. "Princess, may I say how wonderful you and your husband look today?" Kinvara said, catching Dany off guard with her words. "My lady?" Dany turned to her, not noticing Harold slip away. "Forgive me, princess. I feared that drunk lord was about to make a fool of himself, and this is not the time for such antics." "Thank you, my lady," Dany replied, unsure if she truly agreed with her or if she was grateful for the interruption. "I am so pleased to see you happy, princess. On behalf of my fellow priests and priestesses, and at the behest of my God, we wish you nothing but good fortune and happiness," Kinvara said, her voice and expression sincere. Dany felt touched by the gesture. "I am truly thankful, my lady," she responded before making her way to Aemon and Sharera, who were seated nearby. The high table buzzed with excitement as Daenerys scanned the area where she and Arryn had been seated. For a brief moment, she felt a pang of worry when she couldn't see him, but her concern vanished when she spotted him speaking to his brother and good sister, a smile lighting up his face as he glanced her way. Aemon wished her well, wrapping her in a warm hug along with her aunt before she made her way to Margaery. Her good niece beamed at her. "Are you ready?" Margaery asked before Dany could respond. "How did you know?" Dany inquired, her curiosity piqued. "You have the same look that Jay and I wore on our own wedding night, Dany," Margaery said with a giggle, pulling her into an embrace. I thank you both," Dany replied sincerely. Margaery whispered that there was no need for thanks and urged her to take her seat while she made the announcement. No sooner had Dany settled down than Arryn was by her side, kissing her softly before taking her hand and holding it tightly. Margaery rose to address the gathering, and Dany felt a swell of gratitude that she had come. Propriety dictated that the queen could not leave before Margaery, especially with Jay absent. Dany sensed that Margaery would prefer to be elsewhere, particularly with Elia missing from their company. "My princes, princesses, my lords and ladies, good sirs," Margaery began. "On behalf of His Grace and myself, I thank you all for the joy and laughter you've brought to my good aunt and her husband on this special day. The time has come for them to depart, so please join me in wishing them well. To Princess Daenerys and Lord Arryn." As the cheers echoed around them, Arryn took her hand, and together they rose, hurrying towards the nearest door. Tonight, they would be stayed in the royal apartments, planning to remain there until their departure back to Dragonstone. The thought of leaving excited her even more now that it was no longer just her space, it would be theirs. That realization filled her with joy. Sandor, Grey Worm, Belwas, and Ser Bonifer ensured that the few requests for a bedding ceremony were ignored. Soon enough, Daenerys found herself standing face to face with her husband in their room. "My love," she said, feeling his arms wrap around her. In an instant, Arryn lifted her off the ground, carrying her into their bedchamber. Daenerys's heart raced at the thought of what awaited them. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, Jaime had been grappling with a difficult decision. Jay had told him what needed to be done, and for the first time he could remember, Jaime felt a strong reluctance to follow through. He didn't want to leave, it was the last thing he desired. Whether it was because he was now a father and could relate more to Jay or the look on Jay's face when he had shared the news, Jaime felt no fear or worry for him as he departed. Well, except for the usual concerns that came with Jay's every endeavor. Since Elia's birth, Jay had been true to his word, staying away from the realm's politics unless it pertained to the impending war. Jaime had anticipated needing to step in more, especially with Margaery around, but it turned out to be quite different. He had offered to meet with her in her quarters so she could spend time with Elia and Jay or to hold fewer small council meetings. Margaery had declined both options. However, with Jay having left during the wedding feast the night before, Jaime headed to their rooms to extend the same offer again, confident that this time it would be accepted. He glanced at Arthur and Eric, who stood guard at the door, and nodded to them. Arthur returned the nod, granting him entry. Margaery sat at her desk, cradling Elia in her arms. Margaery was speaking words that Sansa had written down for her. Her mother, grandmother, and Ilaria sat together on the couches, engaged in quiet conversation, each of them ready in case they were needed. Jaime felt a sense of gratitude for their support. "Read that last part back to me, Sansa," Marjorie said. Jaime listened as Sansa recited something about the budget for Sorella's work. "That's good. Put it with the others." "I'll sign them when she decides to sleep," Marjorie added, looking at him with a small smile. "The princess giving you trouble, Your Grace?" Jaime asked, glancing at the baby in her arms. "She misses them, Jay and the dragon. I find she relaxes when I hold her, but I fear she knows they're not here," Marjorie replied, her voice carrying a hint of melancholy. "Ghost?" Jaime inquired. "Out hunting with the pack. He'll be back later, and she'll relax more once he's here," Marjorie said. "Are you bringing her to the tourney, Your Grace?" he asked as he finally took a seat across from her. "I am, but I won't bring her to see what's done with the septa. She'll stay here with my mother and grandmother for that," Marjorie stated firmly. "I can speak to Sir Richard, Your Grace, and arrange it so you only need to come down when she's near the Red Keep, if you'd like," he offered. Marjorie smiled and nodded in response. "I thank you, Lord Hand." Jaime repeated his earlier offer, and as he had expected, it was accepted this time. Marjorie would handle only the matters she absolutely couldn't manage from her room. She would keep some of the petitions, while he would oversee the small council meetings and her other responsibilities. Marjorie knew, without him needing to say it, that he would keep her informed of anything she should know. "Lord Renly, Lord Hand?" she asked as he stood to leave. "Sat with Lord Arryn, Your Grace," he replied, pleased to see her smile. He exited the room and made his way to Sir Richard Solar, relieved to find the man inside and not off attending to other matters. Richard's movements were often a mystery, even to him. If he wanted to vanish from the Red Keep, he would do just that. When he entered the room, he was surprised to find Sir Lomas Estermont seated at the table. The former Master of Whisperers had faced no repercussions from the Crown for his role on Robert's small council and, as far as Richard knew, had been allowed to return to his keep. "That'll be all, Lomas. We'll speak later. Keep your eyes on them at all times," Richard instructed. "I will, Sir Richard," Lomas replied, rising from his seat and giving a small bow as he passed by. "Lord Hand." "Sir Lomas," Jaime acknowledged as he took his seat, looking curiously at Richard, wondering what sort of game he was playing this time. To his surprise, Richard seemed willing to share. "Lomas is a good man, Jaime. He may have served a bad king, but now he serves a good one. I need men like him, men who can help manage my affairs when I cannot," Richard explained. "He works for you?" Jaime asked, taken aback. "He works for the king and queen and is currently overseeing an important operation involving stags and falcons once again," Richard replied, and Jaime chuckled. "The septa, Richard," he said, noticing the frown that crossed Richard's face. Jaime shook his head when offered some wine. "Everything is in place. This High Septon is a far more clever and loyal man, Jaime. Whether it's Olenna, Lord Leighton, or simply the fact that he has a keen mind, he clearly sees the advantages of having the crown on his side. I'd prefer Her Grace to only be present when she's needed, rather than having to wait around the entire time." "You wish her to have more time with the princess?" Richard asked, smiling at the mention of Elia, as most people did. For Richard, it was hard to believe that the boy he had essentially raised was now a man with his own child and all the responsibilities that came with it. It would change Jay over time, perhaps it already had. The realization that he was responsible for this tiny little life truly struck him. Soon, he would discover, just as Jaime had, that the time spent apart from them was challenging and unfulfilling. In Jay's case, however, he had spent even more time with his daughter than Jaime had with his own children, and he didn't begrudge him that. A part of him, the part that wore the pin he did, tried to see Elia for what she truly was, the future of Jay's house and the realm. But every time he attempted to think of her in that light, it was overshadowed by the larger part of him that recognized her as his granddaughter, just as Jae was his son. She was his granddaughter, and that bond meant far more to him than her status as a princess and future queen. He loved her with all his heart, just as he loved Joanna and Jon. Jaime would do everything in his power to ensure she was safe and happy. Jaime? Richard said, breaking the silence after Jaime had not answered a previous question. Forgive me, I was thinking of the princess, Jaime replied, noticing Richard's smile again. That I can easily forgive, my friend. Everything you ask will be done. I'll assign my best men and personally ensure that Her Grace receives the signal when it's time for her to move to the courtyard. I thank you, Richard, Jaime said as he rose. While Marjorie wouldn't be there for everything, he and others would be present. After leaving Richard Solar, he made his way back to the Tower of the Hand, speaking briefly to Daisy and his children before preparing to ride to the Great September. He, Loras, Jors, Martin, and Tommen, along with his guards, would represent the crown there, while Marjorie would remain in the Red Keep. Jaime entered the courtyard and was pleased to see Loras and the others already waiting. Around them, more and more people gathered, searching for a vantage point for what was to come. We ride, he said, nodding to Loras as he mounted Loyalty. As they rode through the city, he could see the crowds had formed, the word had spread. The news of what was about to happen had spread throughout the city, and the people were eager to see the Septa held accountable for her words and the way she had treated their king during his early years. Jaime shared this desire to see her brought low, often thinking about how different Jay's life might have been if he had to endure the likes of Mordain and Catelyn Tully for longer than he did, thoughts he preferred to avoid. I've never seen so many people, Uncle, Tommen said proudly as they rode along. They're here to support the king, Tommen, and the queen, Martin replied with a smile. Jaime couldn't help but smirk. Jay's two squires reminded him of his own from years past. He glanced at Loras and gave him a small nod, wondering if he was thinking the same thing. When they arrived at the Great September, the crowd parted for them, but Jaime knew it wasn't really for him. Their opinions of him had changed significantly, thanks to the truth about the wildfire and Aerys' intentions, as well as the stories of him and Jae. While those stories had been told through words, it was the song he heard being sung that truly altered his reputation. The Golden Night was a song he was almost certain Jae had written, though he hadn't told him so. A night, a golden night. Who looked upon a trout and gave her such a fright? A night, a golden night. Who looked upon a wolf and said this isn't right? A night, a golden night. Who faced a mad dragon and struck with all his might? A night, a golden night. Who set about to put the realm to right? A night, a golden night. Who gave a hidden dragon wings so he could take flight? A night, a golden night. His name sung loud all through the night. A night, a golden night. The realm rejoices, for he did what's right. He waved as he listened to the crowd, feeling the weight of their support and the warmth of their admiration. Jaime dismounted, and he, Loras, and the others made their way up the steps to where the High Septon, along with the other Septons and Septas, awaited. He nodded at the High Septon, and moments later, Septa Mordain was brought out. She appeared to be dressed in what looked like a sack, her face ashen as she struggled against the men holding her. The High Septon attempted to speak, but he was met with a chorus of boos and hisses from the crowd. Jaime raised his hand, and the noise faded into silence. If there had been any doubt that the people were taking their cues from the faith, that uncertainty vanished in an instant. Jaime began to think Richard was right about this High Septon. What he was about to do could restore much of the favor that the Fat One and the Septa had lost. We are here to see a punishment delivered to Septa Mordain, a punishment for the words she spoke against our great and noble king, Jaehaerys Targaryen, the High Septon declared, and the crowd erupted in cheers at Jae's name. Some of you may know this is not the first time Septa Mordain has spoken such things, but I assure you it will be the last. Today, she will atone for her crimes in the eyes of their graces, the faith, and the gods. She will atone. Jaime felt a surge of discomfort as he watched the clothing torn from her body. If she had been anyone else, he would not have agreed to this punishment. Yet, Margaery and Sansa had both spoken of how the Septa was among the worst offenders against Jae. Loras confirmed that she had fueled Catelyn Tully's hatred of Jae, and Jaime had seen the disdain in her looks, if not her words, especially in the throne room just days ago. Despite not wishing this on anyone, if it had to be someone, he would have chosen her or her former lady to face the consequences. Shame! Shame! The crowd chanted. Shame! Shame! The chant echoed around Septa Mordane as she descended the steps, with Jaime, Loras, Martin, and Tommen following closely behind her. As she reached the street, rotten food began to rain down, and they mounted their horses to ride after the crowd and the Septa. Jaime watched as she stumbled several times, noticing the marks on her hands where she had likely cut them against the rough ground. By the time she arrived at the Red Keep, she was a broken figure, covered in filth. Ahead lay the final short walk to the courtyard, where Jaime could see Margaery and nearly the entire court waiting for her. The chant grew louder, shame, shame. When Mordane reached the queen, she collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Some of the women and men averted their eyes, unwilling to witness her nakedness and degradation. However, those closest to Jae did not look away: Jenna, Daisy, Ashera, Sherera, Oberyn, Valeria, and his girls, Sansa, Arya, Joy, and Margaery herself. Jaime felt a wave of relief wash over him that Joanna wasn't present, and he suspected Olenna and Allery were with Elia. "Your Grace, Septa Mordane has completed her walk of atonement," the High Septon announced, glancing at the Queen to gauge her reaction. "And has she atoned, High Septon?" Margaery asked coolly. "I have, Your Grace, truly, I have," Mordane replied, her voice barely a whisper, yet it carried all the way back to him. "My husband and I are not monsters, Septa Mordane. We do not punish unnecessarily. As the seven-pointed star teaches us, once someone repents and is punished for their crime, they are welcomed back into the bosom of the faith. So we shall welcome you back to our bosom as well," Margaery declared, and with a nod, a cloak was draped over the naked woman. "I thank you, Your Grace, and His Grace too," Mordane said, her voice a bit firmer. "I hope when we next meet, Septa, it's under more pleasant circumstances," Margaery replied, nodding to the High Septon, who Jaime thought looked relieved, before turning to walk back into the Red Keep. In King's Landing, in the year 300 AC, Arthur rode toward the tourney grounds, surrounded by 7 knights guarding the Queen's carriage. Inside were Princess Daenerys, her new husband, the Queen's mother, and Princess Elia. Ever since the arrival of the new princess, Arthur had found himself captivated by her. The fact that Jae had chosen to name her Elia was unexpected but warmly welcomed by him, as it was by Oberyn and Arryn. Elia was a good name, a true name, and if the princess possessed even a fraction of the heart that her namesake had in abundance, then the realm was truly blessed. Jae naming her his heir could present challenges, yet Arthur fully supported the decision. Rhaegar had only briefly mentioned the Dance of Dragons to him, but it seemed he and his son were in agreement about who was right and who was wrong in that tale. Barristan found it refreshing, while Arthur's other brothers viewed it as something they expected the king to do. All of them recognized how much Jae was influenced by the woman in his life, and none saw anything but good in that. Even his newest brother had remarked on it while guarding Olenna during Jae's visits. "I once heard our king say that the only thing a woman can't be is a man, and that's the truth of it, Sir Arthur. Look at Brienne, tell me she's not as fierce as any man who has ever earned his spurs. And Lady Olenna, is there a wiser man or woman in the realm? As for our queen, there has never been anyone more capable of ruling in the king's absence or by his side," Eric said. Arthur found no lie or flaw in his newest brother's words. His own sister was a clear example of someone whose talents and skills, though different, were equally formidable. than his own, were ones he could not match. It made him look even more at the younger woman or the realm, at Jay's sisters, at his cousins, at his brother's bride, his squire's betrothed, and the girl his own nephew was soon to marry. Cregan had found more than just lands and a future in the north, he had found love as well, and both he and Ashera were genuinely happy for him. Lady Alice Karstark was another example of how women in 5 of the kingdoms needed to be viewed differently than they had been in the past. Dorne had always recognized their worth, and in the Iron Islands, their new reaper was a lady, not a lord. In time, whether during his king's reign or perhaps during the princess's, the other 5 kingdoms might catch up. Arthur smiled at the thought of what that future would look like, but then he shook his head as he realized they had arrived at the tourney grounds. He found he had practically daydreamed all the way there, which was not what he was supposed to do. Dismounting, he became more alert as he opened the door to help the queen and princess climb out. He found himself lifting Elia into his arms so that the queen could exit gracefully. He held her close, as if she were the most precious thing in the world, which she truly was. Elia was the future of House Targaryen, just as Jae had been once. Unlike his king, however, Arthur would be present for far more of Elia's life than he had been for Jae during his childhood. He carefully handed her back to the queen, and they made their way to the stands. The 7 Kingsguard quickly formed a protective formation around their charges. Arthur didn't genuinely fear for their safety, they were far too loved for anyone to dare make a move against them. As he observed how relaxed Ghost was walking by the queen's side, he too began to feel a sense of ease. The wolves know, Arthur. Ghost knows. If he is even alerted for a moment, then it's time to worry, Jae said. Today was the archery competition. None of the Kingsguard would be participating in the tournament. Tomorrow would be the melee, where Eric, Jors, and Ser Richard Horp would take their places. Loras and Ser Rabar would join him in the justs, while he and Barristan would refrain from competing in any events. They had no desire for glory, especially with a princess to protect, whether here or in the Red Keep. Their focus was on safeguarding her rather than seeking a prize they didn't care about. His nephew, however, would compete in the melee, and Lord Robb would test his skills at the joust. As much as he looked forward to watching Cregan compete, Arthur found himself even more excited about the squire's duels. His other nephew would be participating there, alongside Martin Lannister and Jae's sister. Arthur knew that his king would have wanted to see this more than any other event. Not just because he had made his name in those duels, or that his squire and sister would be competing, but because Jae had a special connection with younger people. Arthur and anyone who knew Jae could see this when he spent time with children. He had witnessed it during their time beyond the wall. The children reinvigorated him, allowing him to forget his worries and doubts, losing himself in the moment. He had already seen this with Elia. Arthur and his brothers had heard Jae singing to her when they were alone or had walked in to find him sitting and talking to her while cradling her in his arms. It was often an amusing sight to see him with a small baby dragon perched on his shoulder. Rhaegar had shared that same bond with Rhaenys and Aegon, completely immersed in the world of the little ones in his arms or in their cribs. Jae embraced this even more, surrounding himself with children and going out of his way to be with them. Arthur was grateful for the peace they brought into his life. No one deserved peace more than he did, and with what was coming, he couldn't help but worry. Your Grace, my princes, my princesses, my lords and ladies, good sirs and good people of King's Landing and beyond. I welcome you all to the tourney of King's Landing in the year 300 AC. This tournament celebrates a double happy event, the wedding of Princess Daenerys of House Targaryen to Lord Owain of House Velaryon, and the birth of our newest princess and the heir to the Iron Throne, Princess Elia Targaryen. We wish them and all who compete good fortune. Let the tourney begin. The herald's voice rang out across the gathered crowd. Renly Baratheon stood, reflecting on his age, 23, though he would be 22 for a few more moons until his name day. Still, he felt like a young man on the cusp of his prime. Yet the face that stared back at him from the looking glass was one he barely recognized. Lines marred his once smooth skin, his hair had begun to gray, losing its former luster. He felt, as he looked, like a man far older than his years. Some of this change stemmed from his time in the black cells, brief though it had been. It had taken him moons to recover, both physically and mentally, and the emotional scars were a different matter altogether. He often wondered if he would ever heal from that pain. His time in captivity had taken a toll on his body and mind, but most profoundly on his heart. As he wiped away the tears that fell while he gazed at his reflection, he realized these were tears he had shed almost every day since Michael had died. They had needed him, and despite the harsh treatment he endured, he had managed to survive. Michael, however, had not been so fortunate. They had exploited his heart, shattering it into a million pieces once they had him where they wanted. Michael was gone, and Renly had not been the same man since that day. Perhaps he would never be that man again. He had lost himself in despair and would have remained there if not for the most unlikely of saviors. The Onion Knight was a man Renly had little time for and even less regard for, and yet, it had been him who came for Renly and brought him home. The fact that he did so at his niece's request shamed him a little. Renly had never thought highly of Shireen and had made fun of her appearance more than once. "How can you eat that?" he asked Michael as he and his guard broke their fast, watching his love enjoy his oatmeal. "It's the best thing for a hungry stomach, my lord," Michael replied with a smile. Renly took the spoon, dug it into the oatmeal, and held it up, half covered and half exposed. "Looks far too much like my niece for my liking," he laughed. He was right to feel ashamed. He had never openly criticized Shireen's appearance to her face, but he had certainly spoken harshly about her behind her back, often and without regard for his company. Yet, it was she who sought to help him when he needed someone by his side. Davos had brought him back to Storm's End and made it clear that Shireen was now in charge. His own claim no longer mattered, he had been stripped of his rights, and surprisingly, he found he didn't care. Shireen would have been his heir anyway, and he was in no condition to run a keep or manage the Stormlands. Over time, Renly discovered just how capable his niece truly was. Celis helped, and Ser Davos proved invaluable, but it was Shireen who truly ruled. She was clever and smart, and though she wielded less power than he had as Lord Paramount, she did so far more effectively. She arranged advantageous marriages for her lords and negotiated expanded trading deals with Lord Wyman, the Master of Trade, with Ser Davos playing a significant role given his knowledge of the sea. Shireen set Storm's End to rights, addressing the issues he had neglected while he indulged in his own pleasures. She was, if not more well-liked than he had been, certainly as well-liked. At first, it had been. Renly focused on the moment Shireen sought him out, particularly the expression on her face when he arrived. "Uncle, it's so good to see you," Shireen said, smiling as he bowed to her. His gaze fell on her face, and she noticed him staring. "A gift from the king's aunt, Princess Sherera. They see me as their cousin, uncle," Shireen explained, her smile brightening. Renly was now able to appreciate the true beauty in that smile, unclouded by the grayscale that had once hindered his view. "I am most pleased to see you well, niece. Is your cousin Edric here?" he asked. She shook her head and invited him to join her in her solar. "Edric was taken before the fighting began, uncle. At first, we were worried, but we've since learned that most of my uncle's children were taken and given new lives elsewhere, Edric included," Shireen said as they reached the room. Renly noted her careful choice of words. She didn't say the word bastard. Given who the king was believed to be, he imagined fewer people would use that term moving forward. "Where?" he asked, feeling a surge of concern for Edric for perhaps the first time. "The lad is with his family in the Reach, Lord Renly. When he comes of age, he'll receive a small keep and some lands. Young Maya Stone is set to marry Ser Michael Redfort, and they will be given a keep near Harrenhal. The others have been well treated, too," Ser Davos said, standing behind Shireen and not taking a seat when Renly and Shireen did. "Who?" Renly asked, surprised and wondering if Robert or Stannis had orchestrated this, thinking it unlike either man. The king, uncle. He's a good man, and he's treated us well, better than some. We've had to give up some lands, including Summerhall, and some of the lords nearest it will swear directly to the king and queen's firstborn child, but we've been treated well, Shireen said, looking at him and then at Davos. What do you wish for, uncle? I have no idea, niece. You have nothing to fear from me concerning your position. You'll be a far better Lady of Storm's End and Lady Paramount than I ever was, he said, his words difficult to express. I'm here for you, uncle. I hope you always know that, Shireen replied, reaching out to take his hand. He nodded, feeling a wave of shame for his previous thoughts. Since then, she had been true to her word, ensuring he was well taken care of with coin and giving him all the time he needed to cope with his loss. He had found a family he never truly believed he would have. His niece was someone he now wished he had spent more time with, someone he felt compelled to protect, even if his ability to do so was limited. So when the letter arrived at Storm's End from Herald Arryn, he brought it straight to her without pausing to ponder its contents. He allowed her to take the lead. He speaks treason, uncle. Oh, not in so many words, but it's there, isn't it? Shireen asked. I believe so, he replied, looking at her intently. We should take this to the king and queen, Davos suggested, and Renly nodded in agreement. We will. But first, uncle, I have a task for you, if you're willing to undertake it, Shireen said. A task? He asked, curiosity piqued. While Ser Davos reaches out to the king and queen to inform them about the letter, we should contact Herald Arryn and allow him to think we are complicit, Shireen explained. My lady, that's a risk I wouldn't have you take, Ser Davos said, concern etched on his face. It's a way to show our loyalty, Davos. The king and queen have given us leave to do so, and this will prove it as true as any words or oaths I could swear, Shireen insisted. Reluctantly, Davos agreed. It wasn't what he had wanted to do, but he had played the part of a mummer and spoken to Herald Arryn in the Eyrie. Renly wondered about the Master of Whisperers, who he had learned was Ser Richard. Lonmouth was well aware of the meeting and everything that transpired, either as it happened or shortly after. He had found his answer during his journey to Gulltown, where he boarded his ship to sail back to Storm's End. Just as he settled down to rest, there was a knock at his cabin door. Renly opened it to find Ser Lomas Estermont standing there, looking expectant. Ser Lomas? Renly asked, surprised. Lord Renly, may I come in? Of course, Ser. The trap had been set long before he even grasped what Herald was plotting. He doubted his niece was fully aware of how far along the scheme had progressed, yet she had proven to be far cleverer than he or his brothers had anticipated. Perhaps her loyalty was genuine, but Shireen had shown a keen understanding of the game, which would serve both her and their house well. Renly picked up his coat and slipped it on, taking one last look in the mirror before heading to the meeting he had arranged. When he met Herald in the Eyrie, the truth of the plan was laid bare. Marry Shireen, rally the Stormlands and the Knights of the Vale, who still bristled at the return of the dragons, reach out to the River Lords, who had shown reluctance to bend the knee, and whom Herald claimed he could bring to their side. Then, they would bide their time, pool their resources, and see the king, queen, and dragons brought low. My cousin and your brother brought them down once before, Lord Renly. The dragons are no match when the falcons and the stags team up together, and we can do it again. Are you with me? Herald asked. Hand of the king? Renly replied, licking his lips as he played the role of the mummer. Of course, my lord, with your niece to be my queen, Herald said, smiling. Then I'm with you, your grace, Renly said, seeing Herald's smile grow even wider. He stepped out of his room in the tavern and made his way down the stairs, finding Herald already waiting for him. He had promised to be there when they sat together at the wedding. Renly ordered a drink, then took a seat beside him, nodding to the man. It didn't take long for Ser Davos and Shireen to arrive. Once they did, he glanced at Harold and gestured toward the stairs leading back to his room. "Shall we, my lord?" he asked, and Harold nodded. Renly then looked at the men he assumed were Ser Lomas's men, and together they made their way to the room that Ser Lomas had designated for him. In King's Landing, 300 AC, Marjorie had almost forgotten about them. They had completely slipped her mind. If it hadn't been for Aemon, she might never have sought them out. It was after the first day of the tourney, and they had just finished their meal. She was about to head back to her room to spend time with Elia when Aemon's word struck her. Marjorie nearly ran to her room, relieved to see that he had taken them with him. She lay down on her bed with Elia in her arms, gazing at the glass candle with hope. That hope was soon fulfilled as she heard his voice call out her name. "Marjorie, are you there?" Jay asked. "I am, Jay." "We're both here," she replied, her heart lifting. "Is Elia awake?" Jay's voice was eager. "She is." "Say hello to Papa, little dragon," Marjorie said, and she heard Jay laugh when their daughter gurgled and belched. Not exactly a hello, but it worked just the same. "I forgot to mention the glass candles in my note," Jay said, sounding annoyed with himself. "Me too. Aemon reminded me, or I would have left her alone with her daughter," Marjorie said, feeling cheerful. "Are you both well?" Jay asked. "We are. And you?" "You're safe," she replied, her concern creeping in. "I am safe and well, and all the better for speaking to you both," Jay assured her. "Where are you?" she asked eagerly. He tried to figure out how long he would truly be gone in her mind. "A little bit further south than Summerhall. Rhaenys wanted to stop here, as did the other dragons. Even Elia's own seems happy to see the place. I swear she knows it's going to be our daughter's seat one day," Jay said. Marjorie laughed when she heard a small chirp and felt Elia's hand reach toward the glass candle. "We miss you, Jay. Hurry back to us, my love," she said softly. "I miss you both so much, Marge. I'll not dally, on that you can be certain." "I love you, both of you," he replied. "We love you too, Jay." They arranged to speak again in a couple of days. Marjorie felt both happy to have heard from him and sad at the same time, knowing it would be a while before she saw him again. She picked Elia up and placed her in her crib, then returned the glass candle to its chest before undressing and climbing into bed. Ghost immediately jumped up to lay beside her, and she rubbed his soft fur as she drifted off to sleep. She woke early and fed and changed Elia herself before making her way to break her fast and prepare for the day. Her mother, grandmother, and Joy all joined her, with Sansa coming in a little later. Marjorie wondered if her friend had gone to speak to Willis before coming here. Ser Richard and his lips might know the secrets of the realm, but her grandmother had her own sources. She had confided in Marjorie that Sansa and Willis met most mornings before breaking their fast, which Marjorie found adorably cute. "Is it only the melee today, Your Grace?" Joy asked. "It is. Did you wish to see the joust?" Marjorie smiled at the girl. "Fighting is dull unless it's Jon doing it." "At least with jousting, there are horses involved," Joy said, taking a bite of toast. Try as they might, they couldn't get Joy to speak of Jay as anything but Jon. Oh, she would do so when they weren't around, but in their company, she remained tight-lipped. To him, to her, he was always Jon, and nothing would ever change that. Marjorie had once considered doing the same, knowing others struggled with calling him by one name and then another. She thought about naming him Jon when they were alone, since he had always been just Jon to her for as long as she could remember. The thought of slipping up in public worried her, especially as queen, and she knew how Jon felt about being associated with Jon Arryn, which held her back. But for Joy, Jay was as he had always been, a complete pushover. It made her smile to imagine how he would be with Elia, picturing how quickly their daughter would wrap him around her little finger. Her grandmother noticed the smile and looked at her curiously. The smile turned into a chuckle, then a full laugh, and before Joy knew it, she was laughing uncontrollably. "Your Grace?" her grandmother asked, while her mother looked on, confused. Joy smirked and repeated, "Your Grace?" Sorry, she said, catching her breath. "I was just thinking of Jay and how, as Elia grows older, he won't be able to resist her." She glanced at Joy, who nodded in agreement. "Horsey, Margie, John will give her Horsey, though he may have her riding her dragon first," Joy said, eliciting more laughter. She noticed the worried expressions on her mother and grandmother's faces. It was true, she knew it. He would have Elia riding before she could even walk, and gods only knew how quickly he would want her to fly. He would certainly take her up on Renix as soon as he could. She should have been worried about it, it should have made her fearful. But for some reason, it didn't. He would never risk their daughter unnecessarily. Just like Joy with apples, some people were simply born to ride or to fly. She turned to look at Elia's crib, knowing her fun start to the morning wouldn't last long, as she had no sooner finished breaking her. Jaime and Sir Richard arrived sooner than expected. "Your Grace, may I have a word?" Jaime asked, and she rose from her seat, inviting them to follow her to her solar. "Harding?" she inquired, noting the nods from both men. She was surprised, she hadn't anticipated it would happen so soon. The man was not only lacking in wisdom but also in patience. Taking her seat, she listened as Sir Richard recounted what had transpired, how his words had been overheard by himself, Sir Lomas Estermont, and Sir Rubar Royce. The King's Guard had been present to hear the truth directly from him. Once he finished speaking, they had him arrested, and she knew the news would soon spread. "What do you wish to do with him, Your Grace?" Jaime asked. "Where is he now?" "In the cells, the regular ones, not the black ones," Jaime replied, bringing her some relief. She wanted him contained but unharmed, treated well so he would have no legitimate complaint. "The day proceeds as normal, Lord Hand. When it's done, Lord Harold will be brought to the throne room and tried for his crimes. Arrange a meeting with Lord Yone before then. Bring Ser Rubar and explain to him what is to occur and what will happen to the Aerie once it's done," Marjorie instructed. "You want me to discuss Lord Nestor with him?" Jaime asked. "I do. We'll need a Castellan, and he has served in that capacity before," she replied, noticing Sir Richard ready to interject. "I understand your doubts about the man, Sir Richard. He took far longer than anyone else to acknowledge the truth about John Arryn and said things about my husband that could have cost him his life if Jay were not a different man. I want to hear what Lord Royce thinks of him and to hear any doubts he may have." "And if he does have doubts, Your Grace?" Sir Richard asked. "I'll decide then. The man wishes to keep his position and maintain his standing. Men's loyalty can be bought, Sir Richard, and once bought, it can be earned," she said, watching as the Master of Whisperers nodded in agreement while he and Jaime rose to leave. "If Lord Harold chooses a trial by combat, Your Grace?" Jaime asked. "Then it'll be even clearer that the man is a fool, Lord Hand," she replied, eliciting laughter from both men as they exited the room. Moments later, she left the solar herself, catching her grandmother's curious gaze as she moved toward the crib. She looked down to see that her daughter was still asleep. A sigh escaped her lips, knowing Elia would remain here while she had to attend a tournament she had no desire to be part of. Marjorie had hoped her daughter would wake before she left, but it was not meant to be. As she gazed down at her sleeping daughter, all she could think about was how everything she and Jay were doing, as much as it was for the realm and its people, was ultimately for her. In the year 300 AC, the journey to Valyria began. Jaehaerys Targaryen loved to fly, even though she wasn't actually flapping her wings, she was simply resting beneath his shirt. Her little head moved from side to side, chirping excitedly as she took in her surroundings. He could hear them both in his mind, his son included, all of them speaking together and telling the little dragon that one day she would fly just as they were doing now. Jay listened as both Ligeron and Rhaenys shared their own stories with the indigo dragon, explaining that they too had once been small and had wished to soar just like she did now. When they flew over the Stormlands, he felt a powerful urge. Jay thought it came mainly from Rhaenys, only to discover that it was the indigo dragon who was driving them all towards Summerhall. She longed to see it, to witness the lands that his daughter would one day rule before taking her place on the throne. In many ways, he shared that desire, as did the other dragons, each with their own reasons for wanting to fly. Aegon, Rhaegal, and Sandorix were eager to visit the site where his family had nearly met their end. Rhaenys longed to see Summerhall again, hoping to immerse herself in memories of their father. Jay had his own reasons for the journey. He wanted to gauge the flight time and revisit the keep. He needed to assess how much work lay ahead and ponder when he could finally sing that particular song. Once they landed, Ligeron and Sandorix took to the sky again, hunting for food for themselves and their companions. Meanwhile, Aegon and Rhaegal moved closer to the ruins, settling on a hill that overlooked the devastated keep, while Rhaenys found a spot much nearer to the wreckage. Jay gently took the little dragon from his shirt and placed her on his shoulder, delighting in her excited yet slightly annoyed chirps. It made him chuckle as they walked toward the ruins, where he noticed there was much to be done. "Yes, I know," he reassured her, "of course, it won't be left like this. No, it's not worthy of a dragon as it is, but it will be worthy of you both." He smiled as her chirps grew more cheerful, sensing her contentment. After scanning the area for a little while longer, he heard the return of Ligeron and Sandorix. Jay glanced over at Rhaenys, who had an aurochs carcass in front of her. "Go, fly to your sister and eat so you'll grow as big and strong as her," he encouraged. The little dragon chirped and soared toward the aurochs, then turned back to him. "Dracarys," he instructed, and she released a small flame, watching as she cinched the piece of meat before devouring it. Finding a spot to sit, Jay set his own fire and took out his food from his pack to eat and drink. Once he was satisfied, he pulled out the glass candles, cursing himself for not discussing them with Marjorie. He hoped she would remember. As he lit the candles, the little dragon settled back onto his shoulder. Speaking with his wife and hearing his daughter's voice brought him comfort. Though both he and the little dragon would sleep alone that night, they did so with a sense of happiness. The next morning, Jay broke his fast early, eager to set off as soon as he finished. He felt a growing urgency to reach Valyria and tackle what needed to be done, even though it wasn't where he truly wanted to be. They flew over the Sea of Dorne and then over Tyrosh, heading south along the coast of Essos. While flying over the sea would be quicker and might save a day or more on his journey, there were no safe places to land. All the dragons assured him they could manage it, but he had his doubts. As they soared over Essos, he felt a familiar pull, and a shudder ran through him. He knew he would need to return there, and he wondered what awaited him this time. Caerhune had its own role to play in the unfolding events, but he feared that place. There was darkness there, a darkness that had nearly consumed him during his last visit while returning from Valyria. The memories of what he had done to the men outside the city lingered within him, buried deep but never fully forgotten. "The time draws ever closer, my prince. The promise must be fulfilled. Release us from our curse, and we will stand with you," called the voice of the shrouded lord. It beckoned him to come and fulfill what needed to be done. He had listened to that voice once before, and it had led to fire and blood. Back then, he had walked in darkness, but now he carried the light. Jay sensed Rhaenys's thoughts. She urged him to ignore the voice, and though he did, they both understood that it was only for now. It was Ligeron who spotted the ship. His son had been searching for whales but instead had found a pinnacle ship. Jay signaled for the other dragons to fly with him as he soared above. The ship was in sight, so they knew he was with them. Just a few miles from Volantis, where the vessel would dock and wait for him, Jay felt a sense of relief. He knew that seeing them in the air would bring them some comfort, reassuring them that their time apart wouldn't be long and that they weren't being sent on a fool's errand. That night, they rested just outside Mantaries, far enough from the city to avoid disturbance, yet close enough to see it in the distance. Jay longed to speak with Marjorie and Elia, but the glass candles wouldn't burn for another day. Instead, he warged into Ghost, spending most of the night watching them sleep. His wife and daughter looked so close, as if he could reach out and hold them, yet they were still far away. "We'll be back soon, little brother," Renick said as Jay left Ghost behind and returned to his own eyes. "We will. We'll take everything we can, Ray. We'll carry as much as we can, and if there's more, we'll go back," Jay replied. "We will." "She's excited, Jay. So are the others, they want to see our home," Renick said with a hint of joy. "I had hoped that when we came back, it would be to bring them home, Ray, to bring the dawn," Jay said softly. "We'll do that too, Jay. In time, we will," Renick reassured him. The next day, they arrived, and the loudest chirps came from the little dragon. Just as his sister had said, she was incredibly excited to be there. Jay watched her as she flitted from dragon to dragon, soaring over saddles and steel. When she landed on one of them, her chirps grew even louder. He approached her, gazing down at the saddle before kneeling to examine it more closely. It was smaller than his own, almost the size of Tyrion's, and as he inspected it further, he felt his breath catch in his throat. "For Elia?" he asked, looking at the little dragon. Chirped even more loudly. Chapter 169, A Falcon's Fall. King's Landing, 300 AC. Shireen had anticipated some resistance when she took on her role at Storm's End. Both Davos and her mother had warned her that there might be those who didn't want her in charge. She understood their concerns. After all, most of the lords didn't know her, and by rights, Storm's End should perhaps belong to her uncle. Yet Renly was in no condition to lead, and he had fallen out of favor with the king and queen due to his mismanagement of the food stocks while he was in King's Landing. Then there was Edric to consider. The Stormlords knew her cousin far better than they knew her, but he had vanished and wouldn't be returning. The king had assured her, Davos, and her mother that his men were responsible for Edric's disappearance, claiming he was safe but would never hold more than a small keep of his own. This news had troubled them greatly at first, until Davos discovered that Edric's new keep would be near his mother's family lands. Maya Stone was also set to marry a knight and receive a keep close to Harrenhal. "Is it a marriage she's being forced into, Ser Davos?" Shireen asked, her voice filled with concern. "No, my lady. It's a marriage she both desires and that the king's men have promised her. It wouldn't have been allowed if not for the direct interference of the king and queen," Davos replied. "She's happy?" Shireen inquired, seeking reassurance. "She is, my lady," Davos confirmed, and that brought a smile to her face. Relief washed over her, allowing her to trust the words of the king and queen regarding her own future marriage. They had promised not to force her into anything, only wishing to approve her choice. While this worried her mother, it was Davos who offered the truth. They wouldn't deny her a marriage when the time came, however, if she sought one with a house too large or one that seemed overly political, they would need to consider it carefully before granting approval. At first, she didn't truly understand. Shireen began to understand the complexities of her situation, and over time, it became clearer to her. If she were to marry someone who might oppose the king and queen, whether in word or deed, they would view her marriage as a threat and likely disallow it. But there was no need for concern. She was, and would always be, loyal to them. The trade deals she had been entrusted with would ensure prosperity for the Stormlands. The scars on her face were gone, and she had been granted the freedom to make her own choices in nearly every aspect of her life. However, her first priority was to earn the loyalty of the Stormlords. From the moment she arrived at Storm's End, she set about that task. She had brought only a few household members from Dragonstone and was content to keep those she found at Storm's End in their positions. If changes were necessary, she would make them in time, with Ser Davos's assistance. In the first few moons of her leadership, she sought out as many lords of the Stormlands as she could and spoke to them personally. To her surprise, they were pleased with the new trade arrangements and, surprisingly, with her. Many had feared that it would not be a Baratheon who would take up the mantle of Lord Paramount and Lord of Storm's End. Shireen worked diligently to discover the wants and needs of her bannermen as quickly as possible. Some required funds to rearm their men and replenish the ranks they had lost. Others needed to restock supplies or rebuild their keeps, while some sought advancement in various areas. "Tell me more about Lady Errol and her son, Ser Davos," she asked as they sat in her solar. "Lady Shira is a good woman, my lady," Davos replied. "She's a widow who manages her lands and Haystack Hall as regent while her son—" "Her son?" Shireen interrupted. "Was close with your uncle, my lady. Though not a bad lad by any means, he was far too content to leave the running of his keep and lands to his mother." "His keep, I thought?" she said, confused. She listened intently as Davos continued the story of Lady Errol and her son, Sebastian, and how, while he was lord, it would only be when he was married that his mother's regency would end, Davos said proudly, wrapping up his tale. "Did he?" Shireen asked, a smile spreading across her face as she saw Davos nod. "So, the lady seeks a bride for her son?" "She does, but Haystack Hall is not the greatest of keeps or the biggest of prizes, my lady." "I believe House Frey has made an offer," Davos replied. Shireen wrinkled her nose. She had received her own offer from House Frey even before leaving King's Landing. "Perhaps we can do better for our bannerwoman, Ser Davos," she said determinedly. It had taken her a moon, and she needed to travel to King's Landing herself, which gave her the chance to see her uncle, who was still recovering there under one of the new maester's care. The king wasn't in residence, so she had to wait longer for a meeting with the queen. But when the opportunity finally came, she found the queen eager to assist. "My queen," she said, curtsying as she spotted Marjorie sitting with Ghost and her grandmother. "Lady Shireen, it's good to see you again. Would you like some tea?" Marjorie offered. Shireen shook her head but accepted some juice when it was presented. "Your Grace, I came hoping for your help," she said softly after sipping her juice. The queen regarded her with intrigue. "On what matter, my lady?" "A matter of a match, Your Grace." The letter had arrived a moon later, prompting her to summon Lady Shira and her son, Sebastian. While not exactly summoning them to Storm's End, she made it clear in her letter that she had something of great importance to share. Then, she waited for their arrival. Shireen smiled at the thought. Despite all she had accomplished since being named Lady of Storm's End and Lady Paramount, it was a match and a betrothal that had earned her the most favor. "My lady," Lady Shira said with a curtsy as Sebastian. "Lady Shira, Lord Sebastian, please take a seat. Would you like some wine, juice, or perhaps tea?" Shireen asked, smiling as Davos nodded in agreement. Her regent stood close by, as he always did, while they met in her solar. "Tea would be most welcome, my lady." "Juice for my son," Lady Shira replied. Shireen noticed a slight frown on the man's face, though he accepted the juice graciously. "I know this may seem strange, my lady, my lord, me asking you to join me, but I hope my reasons will be clear and welcomed," Shireen continued, looking at the older woman. "You are our liege, my lady, and we are more than happy to serve you in any way we can. Your father was a good man and true. If this were another world, he would be sitting here today. I'm glad it is his daughter who occupies this seat in his stead," Lady Shira said. "Thank you, my lady, for your kind words," Shireen replied with a smile. She then schooled her expression, preparing for what came next. "May I be blunt?" she asked, catching Davos's smirk out of the corner of her eye. "Please do." "I would prefer it," Lady Shira encouraged. "It has come to my attention, my lady, that you seek a match for Lord Sebastian and that you've encountered some difficulties in this regard," Shireen stated. The older woman nodded, while Sebastian looked at her with curiosity. Shireen felt a flicker of worry that he might think she was offering herself. "I may be able to help you with that," she said, producing a letter and handing it to Lady Shira. She watched as the woman began to read. "Lady Jane Westerling? But how, my lady? How is this possible?" Shira asked, glancing between her son and the letter in her hand. "I spoke to the Queen on your behalf, my lady. Both their graces are eager to see the realm thrive and to foster good relations between those who were on opposite sides during the War of the One True King. His Grace, as you know, has strong ties in. Is this match pleasing to you?" she asked, her voice tinged with nervousness. "Very much, my lady, very much indeed," Lady Shira replied, her smile broadening as she spoke. Shireen noticed that since their conversation, she had seen Lord Sebastian and Lady Jane seated together, and during the archery tournament, Lady Shira had given her a nod, a clear sign that her happiness with the match remained unwavering. Shireen felt a sense of relief. Of the two betrothal proposals she was managing, at least one had ended well. However, thoughts of the other proposal sent a shiver down her spine. She recalled the guards bursting into the room and the look of realization on Harold Arryn's face as he understood the gravity of his actions. While her role in his downfall may have been minor, she did not dwell on such matters. She knew what was right. The king and queen had been aware of the situation long before she was, leaving her with no other course of action. Still, she had not enjoyed it. But her duty was not to Harold Arryn or to the Vale, it was to her house, her lands, and her king and queen. She would fulfill that duty diligently, she reminded herself as she heard a knock on the door. "Lady Shireen, it's time," Ser Davos announced. She nodded and followed him, making her way to the throne room for the trial. In King's Landing, in the year 300 AC, Marjorie had noticed that Jae had brought the glass candles with him once again. It wasn't just for their conversation about their well-being or Elia's. Jae wanted to look through the glass candles as well, even though he could do the same with Ghost. He yearned to see them both for himself when the moment called for it. At first, Marjorie hadn't understood, but Jae had explained that he feared he might need to see them desperately and wouldn't be able to. He dared not risk it, especially if Ghost wasn't nearby. "When I'm here, Marge, even when she's in the room with us, I feel a need to." "Do you see her? Do you look down at her?" he asked. "I thought you had gone to the privy," she replied, a playful smile crossing her lips, which made him laugh. "No, I wake up and feel this need to see her, to look upon her and just Jae. Marvel, Marge. I look at her and I marvel, our babe, our sweet little dragon. She's such a wondrous thing. I fear that while I'm away, I'll feel that need, and I'll warg, only to find that Ghost is with Fong or the rest of the pack. It could take hours for me to see her, to see you both, and I'm not sure my heart can take it. Just thinking about leaving threatens to break it." He sighed as she brushed her hand over his cheek. "I'll forego the need to speak to you each day, but I insist you let me know through Ghost that all is well," she said firmly. "I will, my love, I swear it." He had always kept his word, and she could sense when he was with Ghost and when he wasn't. She hoped that when he looked into the glass candles, he would see them both together, Elia in her arms as she sang softly to her. Marjorie wished it would be the same song Jae had sung to her, the one their daughter liked best. She imagined him watching her play with Elia, making her laugh. If not her, then with others who brought joy, Sansa, Arya when she came to visit, Joanna, and even Little John, all having an innate ability to soothe their daughter when she was upset, though that didn't happen often. As she dressed and prepared for the day's tasks, she hoped he would see her dealing with a falcon that, like his cousin before him, had dared to fly too high. Her mother, Aunt Lyness, and Daisy would stay with Elia while she faced Harold Harding, Gerald, and Alara, her aunt's two children. Joanna and John would be there as well. Marjorie decided that she would stay in the room with Ghost. She had considered bringing the White Wolf alone, but even with the Kingsguard at the door, Ser Eric and Loras guarding her daughter, she felt more secure with Ghost by Elia's side. As she approached her mother, who was cradling Elia in her arms, she kissed her daughter gently on the forehead before stepping out of the room. Ser Barristan and Ser Arthur accompanied her, while Ser Rabar and Ser Richard followed closely behind, and Ser Jorah stood ready to escort Herald Arryn into the throne room. Once they arrived, Marjorie moved to the Iron Throne, turned, and took her seat. Jaime stepped forward, and the hushed whispers among the lords and ladies finally fell silent. Most of them were aware of Harold's actions. Ser Richard had ensured that the news spread, and Jaime himself had spoken to Lord Yon and Lady Anya about what was to unfold that day. "We are here to sit in judgment on the treasonous actions of Lord Harold Arryn. In the name of their graces, King Jaehaerys Targaryen, the third of his name, and Queen Marjorie Targaryen, I now call this court to order." "Bring forth Lord Harold Arryn," Jaime announced loudly. Marjorie watched as heads turned to see Harold being brought in, led by Ser Jorah and the men of the 100. He appeared just as cocky and confident as ever, and she felt a sense of relief to see that he bore no marks or bruises, showing no signs of mistreatment. This was meant to be justice, not vengeance, and she took no satisfaction in being proven right about Harold Arryn. She knew Jay wouldn't either. "Lord Harold Arryn, you are charged with conspiring against the crown, against their graces, and with attempting to rally lords to your support." "How do you plead?" Jaime asked. "I am innocent of these charges," Harold replied defiantly. "I am here only because of my family ties. Just as I was wrongfully stripped of what was legally mine, not because of my actions. But because the crown blames my cousin's actions on me," Harold said defiantly, his arrogance undiminished. "The crown is well aware of your actions, Lord Arryn. I believe most of those present were here when you were called before this throne by His Grace regarding some of those actions before," Marjorie responded, receiving nods and shouts of agreement. "As for your legal rights, the crown decides the law, Lord Arryn, not you. House Arryn was punished for its rebellion against my husband's rightful claim. Though it was within our power and right to strip you of everything, we believed in a fairer solution," Marjorie continued. "Fair? I was to be Lord of the Vale, Lord Paramount. You call that fair?" Harold shouted, drawing gasps from the audience. "Your Grace," Jaime said, stepping forward toward Lord Harold, "you shall refer to the Queen as your Grace. Do so now, and do so respectfully." "Your Grace," Harold said sullenly. "Lord Hand, please call the first witness," Marjorie instructed. "I call Lord Renly Baratheon," Jaime announced. Marjorie couldn't help but smirk at the look on Harold's face. The man was truly a fool. He had been dragged from the room while Renly and Shireen had not, and yet he didn't see this coming. "This man is a liar, Your Grace," Harold shouted. "Perhaps we should wait until he has actually spoken before we label him as such, my lord," Marjorie replied, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Renly walked into the throne room and stood across from Jaime. Marjorie found herself almost looking at a stranger. His hair was even grayer than she remembered, and although he looked fit and well, he also appeared tired. "Lord Renly, please tell this court of your dealings with Lord Harold Arryn," Jaime prompted. "Of course, Lord Hand. As I was recovering from my time in the Black Cells, I received a letter from Lord Arryn suggesting an alliance and a betrothal to my niece, the Lady Shireen," Renly began. "Upon my return to Storm's End, I received another letter suggesting certain things, both of which you have in your possession, Lord Hand." He noticed Harold pale at the mention. "I do, Lord Renly," Jaime replied, moving toward one of his guards, who handed him 2 letters. "I could read these out if you wish, Your Grace." "There is no need, Lord Hand." "Please continue, Lord Renly," Marjorie interjected. "I brought this matter to my niece's attention, Lord Hand. It was decided that I would speak in person to Lord Harold while she would inform the crown," Renly explained. "To what end, my lord?" Why was it necessary for you to speak in person? Jaime asked, a hint of skepticism in his voice. To uncover the truth behind the words, Lord Hand. I needed to see if what was being suggested was indeed as we thought and to relay our findings to their graces, Renly answered. And was it what you thought? Jaime pressed. It was, Lord Hand. I spoke to Lord Arryn in the Eyrie, and then here at Princess Daenerys' wedding feast. It was conveyed to me that, along with certain unnamed lords of the Riverlands, Lord Arryn wished to reunite and recreate the alliance that once brought down His Grace's family, Renly stated. The shouts grew louder, and Marjorie observed both Lady Anya and Lord Yone bow their heads in shame as the truth unfolded. Lies, lies. This man is a liar, just as I said he was. Harold shouted angrily. We thank you for your candor, Lord Renly. You may step down, Marjorie said once Harold quieted. She turned to Jaime. Call the next witness, Lord Hand. Jaime called forth Ser Richard Lonmouth, followed by Ser Rabar Royce. Both knights recounted what they had heard from outside the tavern, but once again, Harold dismissed their testimony, branding them liars and insisting that it wasn't him they had heard. Marjorie nodded to Jaime, who once more quieted Harold. I call Lady Shireen, she announced. Baratheon to testify, Jaime announced. Marjorie noticed the fight drain from Harold as Shireen walked confidently to the front of the room. With each step, she seemed to embrace the role she had been given. Marjorie had seen glimpses of this growth when Shireen approached her about a match for House Errol. It delighted Marjorie to see the girl engaging in the game so adeptly. In fact, she had found a much better match for Shireen than anyone had hoped for. The Westerlings were a wealthy house, thanks in large part to her husband's time in the West. Yet Lady Cybele faced scrutiny for being a merchant's daughter, which hampered their marriage prospects. With both her and Jay's support, that was about to change, and all it had cost them was their eldest daughter's hand. Lady Shireen, please, in your own words, tell this court of the offer that Lord Harold made to you personally, Jaime prompted. Your Grace, Lord Hand, my lords and ladies, Shireen began. After my uncle Renly spoke to me about Lord Arryn's intent, I agreed to participate in a mummery. We informed their graces and arranged for a meeting where it was suggested we would look favorably upon a match, but in truth, we had no intention of doing so. Harold interrupted, stepping forward. You lying scar-faced witch. Enough. One more outburst like that, Lord Arryn, and we'll have you bound and gagged, Marjorie warned, her tone firm yet composed. Forgive me, Lady Baratheon, please continue. She offered Shireen a small smile, which Shireen returned. There is nothing to forgive, Your Grace, Shireen replied. What happened at the meeting you attended, my lady? Jaime asked. My uncle arranged for us to meet in the tavern, Lord Hand. I was there with Ser Davos Seaworth, my regent, my uncle, and Lord Arryn. During the meeting, Lord Arryn was eager to point out that it was an alliance between House Arryn and House Baratheon that had brought the dragons low. Once before, and together, we'll bring them down again. Those were his words, not mine, Your Grace, Shireen said, prompting a chuckle from Marjorie. Did he explain how this was to be done, my lady? Jaime asked. We were to marry, Lord Hand. I was to help raise the Stormlands in secret while he would rally the Vale Lords and some river lords he wouldn't name, but claimed were on his side. Many things were discussed, my lord, everything from outright rebellion to raising the faith and launching an attack on the dragons themselves. He even mentioned hiring someone to kill Your Grace and Her Grace while they slept, a faceless man, Lord Hand, Shireen explained, eliciting loud shouts from those present. Traitor. Treason. There was one other thing suggested, was there not, my lady? Jaime said, managing to quiet the uproar in the throne room. There was, Lord Hand, Shireen replied softly, looking at Marjorie, who was surprised by the sympathetic look on the girl's face. An attempt to kidnap Princess Elia, Lord Hand, to use her as a hostage to ensure Your Grace and Her Grace's compliance. Marjorie struggled to maintain her composure. She felt an overwhelming urge to run to her room, gather her daughter in her arms, and hold her tightly. At the same time, she wanted to confront Herald Arryn and strike him down where he stood. The fear for Elia quickly turned to rage, and she wanted to scream, shout, and order him to be taken to the dragons or the wolves, to face their wrath for daring to threaten her daughter. I thank you, Lady Shireen, for your loyalty and honesty. The crown, my husband, and I do not forget such things nor take them for granted, she said, her voice steadier than she expected. They are both yours in perpetuity, your grace, Shireen said as she stepped down. Do you have anything to say for yourself, Lord? Arryn, before I pass judgment, do you have anything to say for yourself? She asked, managing to restrain her urge to scream at the man she barely knew. I knew I would receive no true justice today, not from dragons or dragon lovers. My cousin, Lord John, understood this. His Grace, the true King Robert Baratheon, the man who killed the Mad Dragon Prince, knew this as well. I demand a trial by combat. Harold's voice rang out, loud and defiant, prompting jeers and hisses from those in the room. The noise quieted only when she raised her hand. Be thankful that my husband is king and not his grandfather. If he were, it would be fire you faced, not a blade. Be grateful that your death is all the justice I seek for what you intend it to do. Otherwise, as queen, I would demand you suffer just as your so-called good and true king did with his wife and child. You shall have your trial by combat, Lord Arryn, and it will be today. Before the melee begins, I find I have no desire for you to breathe the same air as my daughter any longer than necessary. Ser Arthur, ensure Dawn's blade is sharp, and let this end quickly. For your king, your queen, and your princess name you, the Sword of the Morning, as our champion. With that, she rose to her feet and walked from the room. In Valyria, 300 AC, Jaehaerys Targaryen watched as the indigo dragon, filled with excitement, yearned to explore more of their surroundings. If it weren't for Rhaenys and Ligeron, she undoubtedly would have taken off. Jay's own words to her were barely heeded. Ever since she discovered the saddle that was meant for his daughter as they both grew, there had been arguments between him and the dragon. He had insisted she could not fly, that they were not here for that and had work to do. In response, she had chirped back angrily. Rhaenys, while not roaring, made it clear she was displeased by the refusal, and Ligeron echoed that sentiment. Jay stood watching as the three dragons engaged in what could only be described as a heated discussion. What unfolded could only be described as a heated conversation. It was quite a sight, and it brought a smile to his face as he watched Rhaenys, the little dragon, and Ligeron chirping at various volumes. The small dragon was fierce, too. At times, he could hear her chirps growing angrier, but it was the way her head turned to look back and forth between the two that truly made him laugh. It reminded him of Elia, and he imagined how she would be when he and Marjorie chided her for something she'd done or wanted to do. Eventually, the argument seemed to run its course, and the indigo dragon flew back to his shoulder. Jay turned to look at her, swearing he could see a reluctant agreement in those purple eyes. Her gaze made it clear that while she would do as she was told, she wasn't pleased about it. However, she chirped happily when he stroked her gently and assured her that one day they would return, and she could fly wherever she wished. He promised she would be as big and strong as her siblings, and that only her rider could tell her what to do. You'll spoil her, Rhaenys said, and he chuckled. I will. I'll spoil them both, Ray, he replied, knowing she spoke the truth. Once the little dragon settled, he spent the rest of the day gathering as much Valyrian steel as he could. He piled it up, sought sacks to carry it in, and had Elegon, Regal, and Sandorix test how much they could manage. He knew Rhaenys could carry a lot, as could Ligeron, and soon discovered that the other dragons weren't far behind his son in that regard. What surprised him most, however, was that even after he had collected as much as they could carry and prepared it for them to take, there was still at least an equal amount lying around the dragon pit. It made him wonder whether it had been left there for this precise purpose or if it was simply Even in their haste to escape doom, the Valyrians had understood the true value of the steel. In the end, Jae reasoned, it didn't matter much. As night fell, he had gathered everything they would take with them. Though the dragons were hungry, he, Ligeron, and Rhaenys warned them not to eat anything nearby. He promised that once they left, he would find a place for them to feed. Jae lay down beside Rhaenys while Ligeron and the other 3 dragons settled into their own resting spots, all within a few feet of one another. He then took out the glass candles. The indigo dragon flew from his shoulder to the ground where he had placed the candles. As he lit them, an image of his wife and daughter appeared. He heard her happy chirps when she saw Elia. Marjorie lay in their bed with Elia in her arms, speaking softly to her. Though Jae couldn't hear the words or read her lips, the expressions on their faces told him everything he needed to know. He watched as Marjorie gently rubbed her hand over Elia's head, and he heard the almost wistful chirp from the indigo dragon in response. "I know, I miss them too. We'll see them soon," he said. As Marjorie tenderly stroked one little dragon, he did the same for the other, feeling her calmness under his touch. That night, there were no dreams, and he woke just as the sun began to rise in the morning sky. Beside him, the little dragon slept. When he roused her, she responded with annoyed groans. But soon enough, she was happily munching on the dried meat he had brought, even though he could see she, like her brother and sister, longed for something fresher. After finishing his own meal, he prepared the sacks, ensuring they were tightly secured. Then he tucked the indigo dragon back beneath his shirt and climbed onto Rhaenys's back. They didn't fly for long, just enough to clear Valyria and the smoking sea. Once they were beyond the treacherous waters, he instructed the dragons to land. Sandorix and Ligeron soared through the skies, hunting to satisfy the dragon's insatiable hunger. They returned before long, bringing back large fish that, while not quite whales, were still bigger than any Jae had ever seen. He watched as Rhaenys, Elegon, and Regal devoured their meals with enthusiasm. After a time, Rhaenys dropped a sizable chunk of fish beside him and the little indigo dragon. Jae cut the fish into portions, storing most in his pack. He held up the last piece for the tiny dragon. "Dracarys," he commanded. Though her flame was still small, it was potent, and soon enough, even the littlest dragon was satisfied. He felt her doze off as he tucked her back into his shirt, and she remained asleep as they flew toward Volantis. Upon arrival, Jae instructed all the dragons to land just outside the city. Not long after, his men appeared, led by Gareth Farman, captain of the Lion's Mane and the 4th son of Lady Jane. Jae noticed Gareth's relief at seeing him safe and uninjured. "Your Grace," Gareth greeted him as he approached. "Ser Gareth, did your journey go well?" Jae asked. "It did, Your Grace," Gareth replied with a nod. "We have carts ready for the steel. Will you be staying, or heading straight back?" "I'll stay the night. The dragons, though they've eaten, will want to hunt and rest before we fly back." "I could use a cooked meal myself," Jae said with a chuckle. "The Lion's Mane is well provisioned, Your Grace. Unless you'd prefer to stay somewhere in the city?" Gareth suggested, and Jae could see the young man's desire for him to remain on the ship, perhaps out of concern, or maybe so he could claim he had dined with the king one day. "I'd be most pleased to join you on the Lion's Mane, Ser Gareth," Jae replied, noticing Gareth's broad smile. They gathered the sacks and loaded them onto the carts, and Jae walked over to speak with Rhaenys. Ligeron instructed the other dragons to go feed and fill their bellies before taking some time to rest. He assured his sister that he would be safe with the men and wouldn't leave the ship. With that, he headed into the city. As Jae traveled through Volantis toward the docks, he wasn't surprised that Rhaenys didn't follow the other dragons to hunt. Instead, she flew overhead, keeping a watchful eye. It was only when she saw him board the ship that she finally joined the others. That night, Jae sat with the men. Most of them he recognized from previous journeys on the Lion's Mane, although there were some new recruits among them. These newcomers were also men of the West, and while they had heard of him, they had never met him face to face. They seemed in awe that he was there, eating and joking with them. As they shared their meal, Jay noticed that the indigo dragon preferred cooking and enjoying the raw meat over fish. After bidding the men good night, he spoke with his wife and heard his daughter's voice before drifting off to sleep, with the indigo dragon claiming a pillow of her own. The next morning, Jay didn't linger. After breaking his fast and thanking Ser Gareth and the men for their hospitality the night before, he gathered the sacks and rode out to where the dragons were. He was already soaring through the sky when he spotted the Red Priests riding out from the city. Realizing they wanted to see him, Jay considered landing but decided against it for now. He had more important matters to attend to and knew he would be returning soon enough. Whatever they needed could wait until then. In King's Landing, 300 AC, Arthur was ready for the day. His armor gleamed, his white cloak was pristine, and Dawn's blade was as sharp as ever. Instead of riding with his brothers or the Queen, he was with his nephews and Jay's squires. Cregan would be competing in the melee, while young Ned, Tommen, and Martin were all set to compete in the squires' duels. Martin was set to participate in the upcoming events before he joined the lists. He was a decent juster, surprisingly outperformed by Tommen and Ned in that area. However, when it came to wielding a sword, there was no better young blade in the realm. Arthur took pride in that fact. He had given the lad some pointers, as had Tommen, and occasionally Ned. He had trained Cregan himself for many years. But Martin's skill was not just a result of their guidance, it was largely thanks to Jay, who inspired him to pursue swordsmanship and dedicated time to refine his natural talent. Arthur noticed how much both Martin and young Tommen admired the king, reminiscent of how Jay and Loras had looked up to Jaime Lannister at their age. Arthur had felt that same admiration for the bold and the white bull, even though he had been older and a knight himself when he crossed blades with them. As they rode, Arthur sensed the different emotions in the boys. Ned and Cregan worried about him, even though they knew Harold Arryn was no match for him. Meanwhile, Martin and Tommen were eager to see him dispense justice, wanting to witness Harold Arryn pay for his intentions. In this regard, their thoughts aligned more closely with Arthur's own than those of his nephews. He too wished to see Harold suffer for what he had done, but his queen sought a different outcome. She wanted him dead, and dead he would be. "Do you need any help with your armor, uncle?" Ned asked as they arrived at the tourney grounds. "Aye, you can help me, nephew," Arthur replied, even though he was already prepared and didn't truly need assistance. The smile on his youngest nephew's face was one he welcomed. He wished the others good fortune in their events, and Cregan nodded at him before he and Dusk moved to the tents to prepare. Martin and Tommen followed suit before heading to the stands, eager for their own event. The event was still to come. As Arthur walked alongside Ned, he allowed his nephew to check his armor and even hold Dawn while he inspected the blade. Once satisfied, Arthur ruffled Ned's hair and offered him a warm smile, which seemed to ease Ned's tension a little. They stood together, waiting for the herald to make the announcement. "In a few moments, we will begin the melee, but first, a grave matter stands before us. Lord Harold Arryn, charged with treason and a plot not only to rise against our noble king and queen but also to launch an attack on our beloved Princess Elia, has chosen to face a trial by combat. Your Grace, my princes and princesses, my lords and ladies, I present to you Lord Harold Arryn," the herald proclaimed. The boos from the crowd were deafening, and Arthur thought he saw Harold stumble, fully grasping the severity of his situation. Why Harold had chosen trial by combat was a mystery to him. Perhaps he believed that a slim chance at survival was better than none. Yet, Arthur had never wanted to bring a man to his end so surely. Never had he sought to take a life with such certainty as he would today. He had wished for the deaths of others before: the Mountain, Amory Lorch, Tywin Lannister, Robert Baratheon, Littlefinger, Edmure Tully, and even his sister, but for some reason, Harold remained at the top of that list. It almost made him pause and reflect on why, but the herald's call of his name snapped his focus back to the present. Representing the crown and the King's Guard, Ser Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Morning. The herald announced, and he stepped forward to a roar of cheers. The crowd's adulation meant little to him, his gaze searched for the Queen, and when their eyes met, she gave him the slightest nod. That was enough. After the herald spoke a few more words, Arthur stood across from Herald Arryn, drawing dawn as the cheers grew even louder. Arthur contemplated his options. He could toy with Harold, humiliating him or inflicting pain before taking his life. He had the power to cut the man, to make him bleed, to dismantle him piece by piece, but he would not. Princess Elia sends her regards, he said, ducking under a blow aimed at him. With swift precision, he drove dawn deep into the gap between Harold's neck and his helm. The man was dead before Arthur even withdrew the blade. The gods have spoken. Lord Harold Arryn has been found guilty and has paid the price, the herald announced, met with the loudest cheers yet. Arthur turned his gaze to the Queen, finding her smiling and nodding in approval. In King's Landing, 300 AC, the melee was in full swing. Daisy felt a rush of excitement. She missed this thrill more than anything. She was grateful to have a husband who understood her passion and didn't try to talk her out of it. Still, she felt a bit rusty, and relief washed over her when the first opponent to approach was a fool from the Reach. She couldn't help but smirk at Alysanne, who rolled her eyes as Daisy caught the young man on the shoulder with her mace. It took only one more blow to finish him off, and when he yielded, she turned her attention to her next opponent, a young man from the Vale. Though he wore the same cocky expression as the lad from the Reach had just moments earlier, he wisely kept his mouth shut. His defeat would be painful enough for both his body and his ego without him adding to her annoyance with his words. He did, however, last a little longer than the first, allowing Daisy to finally feel her body loosen up. In the end, he managed to escape with only minor injuries. She swept his feet out from under him, causing him to drop his sword and yield without delivering a true blow. With him out of the way, Daisy scanned the area for her next opponent and checked on her sister. Alysanne was engaged with a young man from the west, one of Lyle's fighters. Alysanne couldn't help but wonder if her opponent had underestimated her due to her sister's shorter stature, thinking she would be an easier target than Daisy. If that was the case, he learned his lesson quickly, as Alysanne proved to be anything but an easy match, teaching him that lesson both with her words and her actions. Next time, try a cub, not a fully grown blood she-bear, she heard Daisy say after cracking her mace against the man's head. Who's next for Goat's Bane? Shouted the small John, and Alysanne laughed as she spotted Lyle Crakehall striding toward him. The two large men soon began to clash. "My lady," a voice called out, and she turned to see one of the Dornishmen from Princess Ariane's retinue. "Sir?" she asked, intrigued. "Just Giles, my lady." "Giles Ironwood," the young man replied with a friendly smile. "Well then, Giles, I wish you good fortune," she said, nodding at him. "You too, Lady Lannister," he responded, and she smiled, pleased that he knew her name. Giles proved to be a better-than-average swordsman, even managing to land a couple of strikes across her shoulder. Daisy eventually took the match, catching him on the arm with a blow that would surely leave a bruise. "Yield?" she asked, moving closer as he tried to shake the blood back into his arm. "I yield," Giles admitted a moment later. "I'm sorry about the arm, Giles," Alysanne said after he yielded. "A badge of honor, my lady, and one I'll be more than happy to discuss later." "I wish you good fortune in the fights to come," he said as he turned to leave the field. She watched him go, feeling glad to have faced him. There were far too many men who couldn't handle a loss, especially to a woman. "Who's next for Goat's Bane?" the small John shouted again, and Alysanne laughed, thinking what an idiot he was as she prepared to face her next opponent, a large smile on her face. Bronn. He had never been one for tournaments, even for the gold. Bronn had never been one for tournaments. He had no desire to showcase his skills, especially when he knew that there were far too many exceptional swordsmen competing. Being noticed in his previous line of work was never a concern, and entering a tournament without any reputation was a daunting task, unless, of course, you were a lord or the son of one. So, he had always kept his distance. However, today was different. The prize was 10,000 gold dragons, 5,000 for the runner-up, and that kind of coin could be incredibly helpful. But it wasn't just the gold that had prompted him to put his name forward. It was the other prize on offer, a night with all three of the remarkable women in his life. A night he would never forget, should he win. Considering some of the evenings he and Jane had shared since their wedding, that was a prize truly worth fighting for. His wife was an extraordinary woman, as were her sister and Nymeria. Somehow, he had found himself lucky enough to share the beds of all three, and gods, he loved being a Dornish lord. "I came to test my blade against you, Lord Fowler," a young knight from the Reach said, full of bravado. "Fuck off. Find someone more suitable," Bronn replied, dismissing the proud knight, not for his own sake, but for the knight's. "I always knew you Dornishmen were craven," the young knight shot back. Bronn glanced at his sigil, red ants on a yellow field. He had no idea who this fool was. "Your name, sir?" he asked. "Ser Edmund of House Ambrose," the young knight declared proudly. "So be it." Bronn charged, bringing the butt of his head home against Edmund's face, staggering him back. He followed up with a powerful swing of his sword, catching the knight with the hilt across his helm. Then, he kicked out, striking the knight's knee, and swept his legs out from under him while he was off balance. "I'm not a fucking Dornishman, but I do share a bed with someone who should be a Dornishman's wife. Be thankful this is a tournament, Ser Edmund, because you would hate to truly taste my blade." "Kissing is truly a terrible thing, Ser Edmund," he said, stepping away from the man after he yielded. Turning his attention to the next opponent, he decided not to seek them out, choosing instead to wait for them to come to him. After all, there was no sense in tiring himself out. As he glanced toward the stands and spotted his wife sitting with her sister and Nymeria, he smiled, realizing there were other ways he wanted to conserve his energy. He began to sing, "The Dornishman's wife was as fair as the sun." Cregan watched as the field quickly narrowed down to just a few competitors, 64, then half that, and half again. He had already fought 3 men, defeating 2, while the last one found himself engaged with someone else. As Cregan dodged an attack from behind, he scanned the grounds for the remaining fighters. Lady Dacey faced off against Strong Belwas, while Sandor battled the Small John. Jors and Thuras were locked in their own confrontation, and Jon Royce squared off against Ser Demon Sand. Cregan caught sight of Dacey's sister and Bronn in combat, and Obara was matched against Ser Richard Horp. He noted that if he were in the stands, he would want to see Ser Eric in the Greatjon, but he had no time for that now. Instead, his focus was entirely on Ser Andar, who was preparing to face him. "Lord Cregan," Ser Andar said with a nod. "Ser Andar," Cregan replied, smiling. "Shall we, my lord?" "If we must," Andar replied, eliciting a hearty laugh from Cregan. The two took their stances, and Cregan surveyed the matches unfolding around them. The dance was about to begin. He was quicker, while Andar relied on his strength. Cregan knew he had the edge in technique, but Andar was more formidable than he appeared. The two blades clashed together, each combatant searching for an opening. It took a while for either of them to land a hit, but it was Cregan who was struck first. The blow ignited a fire within him, propelling him to move even faster. He could hear the murmurs of the crowd around him, but it wasn't the reaction he had hoped for. Andar swung a blow aimed at Cregan's head, but he parried the strike and countered with a riposte, followed by a thrust, both landing solidly. The decisive moment came when Cregan slipped inside Andar's guard. As their swords met, he reached out with his free hand and pushed the older man. The surprise of the move threw Andar off balance, causing him to stumble and giving Cregan the opening he needed. With 2 more quick strikes, it was over. Andar fell to the ground, and Cregan held his sword to the man's neck, watching as he yielded. I wish you good fortune, Lord Cregan, Andar said as he helped him to his feet. I thank you, sire. Well fought, Cregan replied, and Andar nodded in acknowledgement. Cregan glanced around to see who else had advanced in the tournament. Ser Jorah had lost, as had Obara, Smalljohn, and Strong Belwas. He had a moment to catch his breath while the other victors did the same. In the distance, he noticed Daisy's sister, Lord Yon, and Ser Eric still engaged in their matches. Like the others who had fought, Cregan stood in awe of the spectacle, watching the two giants battle fiercely. Eric stood behind his lady, his eyes fixed on the field, yet keeping a watchful gaze on his brother. The queen sat nearby with Ser Arthur and Ser Rabar as her guards, while Ser Barristan and Ser Loras stood watch over the princess back at the Red Keep. At first, Eric had worried that he might need to remain there too, that Lady Olenna would keep him from witnessing his brother's first tournament. He was grateful that it was the lady herself who expressed her desire to see the match. Just a few seats away, he could. Eric watched as Brienne stood guard over her charge, a sense of pride swelling within him for the honors she had received. To be knighted by Ser Walder and then asked by the king himself to protect a girl he considered a sister, this was an achievement to cherish. Even if Joy weren't destined to be the future Lady of Castamere, the honor was still significant. While it didn't make her a member of the King's Guard, it was the next best thing. The king had even established a new order, placing Brienne in charge of recruiting for it. Eric smiled at the memory of her excitement as she had shared the news with him and Eric. The Order of the White Wolf, she had called it. Eric had easily handled his first few opponents, and Eric could hear the surprised reactions from the crowd. He found it amusing that they thought someone as discerning as Brienne would hire them simply for their size. True, their physical presence deterred most threats, but it was their skills that Lady Olenna had sought. Should anyone be foolish enough to try to harm their lady, both he and Eric were more than capable of ensuring their failure. They hadn't had many opportunities to showcase their abilities, aside from the attack on Highgarden, and neither had participated in tournaments until now. This should be fun, he heard Olenna say, and he looked out to see Eric facing off against a man of similar height and build. Having witnessed Walder fight the Greatjon at Highgarden, he was eager to see his brother in action against him. Around the field, other matches concluded as Eric and the Greatjon battled on, swinging their great swords as if they were mere knives for cutting meat. Eric had the edge in skill, and though they were evenly matched in strength, the contest soon came down to that. As other matches ended, more spectators turned their attention to the ongoing fight. The field was down to almost its final 8, Lady Daisy, Lord Yon, Ser Richard Horp, Thuras of Myr, Sandor Clegane, Lord Bronn Fowler, and Cregan Stark faced off against either his brother or the Greatjon. Both of them had abandoned the elegance of swordplay, resorting instead to swinging their weapons like clubs. Cregan couldn't help but smile when he saw Eric sweep the Greatjon's feet, only to be stunned when the massive man remained standing. His heart raced as he watched the Greatjon push Eric over, and he held his breath as the great sword came crashing down. But then, to his astonishment, the Greatjon fell while Eric rose victorious. Eric had allowed the Greatjon to take the lead, lulling him into a false sense of security. When the Greatjon aimed to deliver the final blow, Eric struck back with a powerful kick that sent the giant tumbling. The pained yell from the Greatjon echoed as he hit the ground face first, and the thud resonated through the arena. Eric sprang to his feet, greeted by cheers from the crowd, holding his great sword to the Greatjon's neck until the man yielded, laughing heartily when Eric helped him back up. Meanwhile, Jaime watched as Alysanne was defeated by Bronn, the man's clever tricks proving too much for her. She had expected him to fight as cleanly as the other men she had faced, and he could see her annoyance as she left the grounds. Yet, she wore a smirk, and her youngest sister cheered for her loudly, joined by Joanna and Arya Stark, though now they were all rallying behind Daisy instead. Despite the excitement of the tournament, Jaime spent most of the melee looking for his wife, only catching glimpses of the Greatjon, Eric, Bronn, and Alysanne because she was resting. "Go, Lady Daisy." The she-bear. Let them hear your roar, Mama. The three girls shouted, and Jaime smiled at his daughter while holding Jon in his arms. Sandor had decided to test his luck against Eric, while Cregan faced off against Ser Richard Horp. Bronn was now contending with Thuris's flaming sword, and Daisy was set to clash once again with Lord Yon. Jaime couldn't help but grin at that. He knew it had irked his wife to lose to him last time. He had his son's hand wave as he called out, his daughter joining him. "The Lady of the Rock," he shouted. "The Lady of the Rock." Joanna echoed, looking back at him with a beaming smile. He watched as Daisy shook her head, his wife laughing, no doubt calling him a fool as she brought her mace down against Lord Yon's Morningstar. Both of them looked tired, and he knew the contest wasn't what either would have preferred. Perhaps he would arrange for them to spar when they were both fully rested, he thought as he observed them. The end came far more quickly than usual, and he wasn't quite sure how it had happened. All he knew was that Daisy had won and would soon be among the final four. "The Lady of the Rock," Joanna shouted, turning to look at him, encouraging him to join in. "The Lady of the Rock," he called back, making his daughter's smile widen. "The she-bear," Lyanna shouted. "The she-bear of the rock," Arya Stark added, and he noticed Joanna looking at him, so he smiled and nodded. "The she-bear of the rock," his daughter shouted loudly, and he swore he could see his wife smile from where he stood. Dany was trying her best to enjoy the fights. She cheered for both Sandor and Belwas. She listened as Missandei told her they had won, then that Belwas had lost. But the problem was, she was with her husband, who kept whispering sweet nothings in her ear. His words drew her attention away from the melee, the tournament grounds, and the surrounding crowd, focusing her thoughts on wishing the day would end so they could return to their bed. Their first time together had been both pleasurable and painful, Owain stopping more than once when he caused her discomfort. Yet by the time they were finished, it had been far more of the former than the latter. Each subsequent encounter had been nothing but pleasure, and she had never known she could feel such things. Dany began to understand her nephew a little better. She realized why Jay had seemed so eager to spend time with his new wife and why he continued to seek her company. It brought her joy to think of that connection as she looked at Marjorie, Ilaria, Daisy, Arianne, and Ashera. She knew that in a moon's time, 2 moons, or even more, she would still be able to reflect on these relationships. However, she found herself distracted more than she should have been. When Missandei gasped, Dany shifted her focus from Owain to the tournament field. What she saw made her gasp too. The man Sandor was facing was even larger than he was, and the power behind both men's strikes was concerning. "They'll hurt each other," she said, worry creeping into her voice as Missandei took her hand. "Sandor," Missandei murmured softly. Owain attempted to reassure them, explaining that it was just a tournament and that Eric was honorable, promising neither would intentionally harm the other. But when the blow landed and Sandor fell, Dany sprang to her feet, hand covering her mouth. She remained standing until he rose again. Even watching him leave the grounds wasn't enough to ease her anxiety. With a nod to Owain, she, her husband, Ser Bonifer, Missandei, and Grey Worm quickly left their seats, intent on checking if he was unharmed. She was glad when Marjorie gave her a nod of understanding. While others might interpret their departure differently, she didn't care. They hurried to the back, ignoring the rest of the melee, and soon reached the tent where a maester was examining him. Sandor glared at her as she approached, the bruises evident on his side. He winced when the maester checked him. "Is he badly hurt, maester?" she asked, returning Sandor's glare with concern. "No, my princess, it's just bruising. However, he shouldn't do anything too taxing for the next few days and needs to rest," the maester replied. "I'll ensure he does as he's told," Dany promised. "Bid farewell, maester," she said, casting another glare at Sandor as the maester exited the tent. "There's nothing wrong with me, for the sake of the gods." "I've hurt myself more just taking a shit," Sandor replied, his eyes fixed on her as Belwas entered the tent, concern etched on his face, holding 2 chicken legs in his hands. "You'll do as I ask, or there'll be no chicken for you, you stubborn fool," she retorted, watching as Belwas paused, gauging her seriousness. "For the love of the gods," Sandor groaned, rolling his eyes. "Sandor," she said firmly, and he gave a small nod. Satisfied, she turned to Belwas and nodded as well. Moving to the entrance of the tent, she watched Belwas sit down beside Sandor. Her eyes fell on Sandor's hands as he touched his chest, then accepted a chicken leg when it was offered. "You did well to listen, my friend. Honey-covered chicken tastes even better than the locusts that don't fly," Belwas said, tearing into his own piece of chicken. Dany smiled back, relieved at the small look Sandor gave her, confirming he was truly unhurt. Then she felt Oraine's hand squeeze hers and glanced over to see Missandei speaking with Grey Worm and Ser Bonifer. "An odd family, but mine," she thought as they all left the tent. Cregan. Thuras of Myr. Of all the possible opponents, it had to be Thuras of Myr. He looked over at Eric, who was facing Lady Dacey, and felt a pang of envy. Not that a match against Dacey Mormont would be easy, but at least it didn't involve a flaming sword. Especially not a true flaming sword like the one Thuras wielded now. But there was no escaping it, he was to face Thuras, like it or not. He watched as the man approached, the heat radiating from the flaming sword a testament to its power. With a nod from Thuras, the fight began. Cregan dodged each time the sword came dangerously close to his face. Cregan couldn't see Alice, but he knew she was up there, watching fearfully. The thought of how much it would hurt her if he were to actually be burned fueled him. It pushed him to move more quickly, his strikes feeling more accurate, while Thuras's blows never found their mark. Lady Dacey had yielded to Ser Eric, her fatigue and the man's strength playing a role, perhaps even luck had decided their match. But Cregan's fight continued. When he finally saw an opening, he hesitated, suspecting it might be a trap. To his surprise, it wasn't. As he moved inside Thuras's guard, he caught the shocked expression on the Red Priest's face, and even more astonished when he knocked Thuras's sword from his hand. "Yield?" Cregan asked, pressing his sword against Thuras's neck. "I yield. R'hllor favors you this day, Cregan." "Well fought," Thuras replied, picking up his now unlit sword. Cregan scanned the crowd and caught Alice's eye. Relief washed over her face as she cheered wildly. For a fleeting moment, he reveled in his victory. But that joy was quickly overshadowed by the looming shadow of Eric behind him. As he turned to face him, he felt a glimmer of hope. He thought he might actually have a chance. That feeling didn't last long. The first strike from Eric nearly knocked the sword from his hand, the force of it overwhelming. Cregan tried to deflect and absorb that power during the second strike, but he was stunned to see his sword fly from his grip. "I yield, Ser Eric," he said before the man could even ask, the great sword nearly pointing at his heart. "Well fought, Lord Cregan," Eric acknowledged. As Eric was declared the winner, Cregan glanced at Alice. The look on her face made him indifferent to his loss. There was no shame in defeat, especially against a better man. He had made it to the final two, and the favor tied to his belt was well worn. As he moved from the field, he allowed Ser Eric to accept his well-deserved accolades, feeling pleased to see the respect he garnered. His cousin was waiting for him. "You were incredible, cousin," Ned said as he approached. "Our family did well today. How shall we fare tomorrow?" He looked at young Ned, who wore a determined expression. "Better," Ned replied, giving the younger boy a reassuring pat on the back as they walked toward the tents. It was Volantis, 300 AC. Jaehaerys Targaryen had made 3 trips to gather everything, and by the end, the cargo hold of the Lion's Mane was nearly full. The days had stretched long into the night as he collected Valyrian steel, packed it, and prepared it for transport by the dragons. He found no comfort in his dreams, and he knew he wasn't alone in that. Rhenix, too, longed to see their family again. The indigo dragon had grown larger than expected and now resembled a small dog, too big to rest in his shirt or on his shoulder. So, when she flew, she perched in front of him on Rhaenys's saddle. During his second stop in Volantis, the high priest had requested to speak with him. Jae had promised to do so upon his return, a return he was just about to embark on. As he surveyed the dragon pit, he realized he had stripped it bare, save for the remaining saddles. There was no more Valyrian steel unless he searched through the cities, but he lacked both the time and the inclination. He wanted to leave this place. Speaking to his wife and hearing her voice, along with Elia's, seeing them in the glass candles, was not enough, far from it. He yearned to hold them both in his arms, to feel their presence beside him. No, he no longer wished to be here. Yet, even as he prepared to depart, there was still more to be done before he could go home. At least he could send the other dragons on their way once they reached Volantis. Suvgan Rhaenys. They didn't stop on their flight to Volantis. Jaehaerys felt even more exhausted by the time he arrived, and the dragons weren't quite ready to fly home yet. He tried to be polite when Ser Gareth and his men came to collect him, making an effort to be friendly, but it was evident he was too tired for small talk. He was relieved when the men picked up on his mood. After informing them that they were finished for the day and could set sail back on the morrow, he headed straight to his bed and slept soundly through the night. When morning came, he broke his fast and sent word to the high priest that he was ready to meet. Ser Gareth offered him an escort, but Banero had sent his own men from the Fiery Hand. Jaehaerys assured the knight that he was safe with these men. He bid them a safe voyage back to Westeros before he and the Indigo Dragon made their way to the Red Temple. As he approached the temple, Jaehaerys marveled at its size and the grandeur of Volantis itself. He could see the Valyrian influences all around him and wondered how much of this place had been sung into existence. The absence of any old blood visiting or seeking him out was telling, yet he welcomed it. He had no desire to linger longer than necessary, especially not with prickly nobles. "My prince," Banero greeted him, standing at the temple's steps. "High priest," Jaehaerys replied, noting the smile on Banero's face as he introduced the man beside him. "This is Makoro," Banero said. "Pleasure to meet you, Banero, Makoro," Jaehaerys said, and Makoro bowed slightly in response. "My prince," Makoro acknowledged. Jaehaerys followed the two men into the temple, both of them glancing between him and the indigo dragon nestled in his arms. She had flown with him outside, landing when the men beckoned him to follow. He stifled a chuckle as she settled her head into the crook of his arm, making herself comfortable. He was led down a series of corridors, ready for what lay ahead. Jaehaerys descended a set of steps and soon found himself in a room dominated by a large brazier in the center. "R'hllor sent me a vision, my prince," Banero said. "Of your arrival and you looking into the flames. The time is almost upon us for the great war to begin, and our god has much for you to see." Makoro added, "Will require some blood, my prince." Jaehaerys glanced at both men. Their god was not his own, yet he understood that R'hllor had a stake in the fight to come. He placed the indigo dragon on the ground, reached for his knife at his belt, and cut his hand, allowing his blood to drip into the flames before he wrapped the wound in cloth. At a nod from the men, he looked deep into the fire, watching as visions unfolded before him, messages being sent, allies called. The time was almost at hand. "We'll see they are dispatched at once, my prince. Makoro will lead them personally. Do you wish them to go to King's Landing or to the Wall?" Banero inquired. "The Wall. The fight will come soon, and it's best they become accustomed to the land where they will fight," Jaehaerys replied, and Banero nodded. "You will leave immediately?" Banero asked. He nodded again. "I have 2 more stops to make before I go home." "Croyne and bravos," Makoro said, and Jaehaerys confirmed with a nod. He bent down to pick up the indigo dragon, carrying her as he exited the temple. He watched as Banero sent priests, priestesses, and acolytes to clear a space for Rhaenys to land. The high priest smiled when he saw just how large his sister truly was. "Good fortune, my prince," Bonero said. "I thank you for your help, Bonero, and for Rulares," Jaehaerys responded. "For the night is dark and full of terrors," Makoro remarked, looking at him intently. "Then it's up to us all to bring the dawn," Jaehaerys declared, receiving nods from both men. The True North, 300 AC. The Night King. Giants, men, the children of the forest, the three-eyed raven, though the boy might think he had stolen them from him, he hadn't. In time, they would all belong to him, they would march alongside him, and their magic would amplify his own, just as the boy's would. He had sought the boy out but found himself unable to see him, his movements hidden from view, which annoyed him greatly. Yet, it also provided some comfort. If he couldn't see the boy, then the boy couldn't see him either. His march would remain concealed, his target unknown, and his plans a mystery. The boy would react, he would come, and he would fall, and so would they all. He traversed lands that had once been filled with men, women, and children, the very meat for his army that had been taken from him. But more would come, more would fall, and in the end, it wouldn't be the army that would win this war. He could see the path to victory clearly now, the boy's weaknesses laid bare before him. He would bring him pain, much and unbearable, as he took everything from him, one by one. His people, his dragons, those he cared about, and finally, his life itself. Each loss would weaken the boy, not just in magic but in spirit, and he would break him in both. Behind him marched an army that stretched for miles, men, giants, and beasts, but it was still not complete. He needed one of them to fall too, and he would ensure it was done. He closed his eyes and looked through them, seeking the way across, the way through. Once he found it, they began to march once more. The site of the first battle was long behind him now, the site of the next lay ahead, and the site of the last was not far beyond that. They marched. He marched. And as he did, he remembered those who had dared to stand in his way before, brothers he had killed, sisters, sons, and daughters. His people, he had taken down one by one, each death making him stronger, their magic merging with his own. When they realized what he was doing, they had tried to stop him, but by then, it was already too late. It was too late. He was too strong, too focused, and he had harnessed far more magic than they ever could. That magic still resided within him, growing stronger with each passing moment. The flickers of power that remained would be his as well. Yet, at the center of it all, he yearned for the sun, a shining beacon he had tried to extinguish many years ago, only to see it fall into the hands of another. He would take it back. He would claim it as his own and wield it to shroud the world in the darkness it was meant to embrace. The night would descend, the light would be snuffed out, and the bringer of light would fall. He closed his eyes and envisioned the wall, the east, the watch, and the sea. He focused on them, and then they marched, toward victory and toward death. Chapter 170, The Shrouded Lord. King's Landing, 300 AC. Marjorie hurried back to her and Jay's room after leaving the throne room, eager to see her daughter. She needed to take her in her arms and hold her. Though she knew Elia was safe and would remain unharmed, the relief she felt upon holding her was palpable. Determined to ensure their safety, Marjorie insisted that Barristan and Laura stay on duty and that Ghost not be allowed outside the room until she returned from the tourney grounds. She moved over to the White Wolf, speaking softly to him, letting him know she needed him by Elia's side. The ride to the tourney grounds was spent in silence. Upon her arrival, she waved to the crowd and heard their cheers, but it felt as if she was merely going through the motions. It wasn't until the herald called for the trial by combat that she truly became aware of her surroundings. From the moment Herald Arryn walked out to the instant Arthur struck him down, she watched the man's face intently. There was fear, regret, followed by pain and surprise, and then, nothing. His life was extinguished just like that. This brought her a sense of calm, and she was pleased to see that Arthur had taken her words to heart, acting swiftly and without hesitation. Marjorie wished for Harold to be gone from this world, to cease to exist with as little fanfare and delay as possible. Her grandmother would have preferred to see him suffer more, and she dreaded to think of what Jae would have done to him had he been present. She imagined it would either have been an instant confrontation in the throne room upon hearing of Harold's actions, or her husband would have faced him himself, prolonging the encounter for as long as possible. But Marjorie simply wanted him gone. Once he was, the small worry that had settled in the pit of her stomach began to fade away. "Who have we put our coin on today, Joy?" she asked as Harold's body was carried away, and preparations for the melee began. "Eric will win, Your Grace," Joy replied, her tone more formal than usual. With a few seats between them, she knew her voice would carry, making formality necessary. Marjorie began to understand why Jae disliked it so much. "We'll see if you're right," Marjorie said, a smirk playing on her lips. She felt that if Joy had made the prediction, it was likely to be true. She noticed the pleased look on Brienne's face, happy that Joy had chosen her kinsman to win. As it turned out, Joy was correct. Eric fought almost like Ser Walder, and while it pleased Marjorie to see him win, her thoughts drifted more toward the man who had saved her husband's life rather than the one who had taken his place in the Kingsguard and on the field. Eric wasn't the only standout. Cregan, Daisy, and Thuras of Myr had all made it to the last four. She could see Jerian and Ashera watching proudly, as was Jaime. Marjorie felt a sense of relief that her part in the day was over. The preliminary jousts would take place without her presence, and the actual joust wouldn't begin until the next day. As soon as she had the chance, she nodded to her grandmother and Arthur, and they made their way back to the Red Keep. Once inside, Marjorie hurried to her and Jae's rooms. Although Jae was asleep, Marjorie spent the next couple of hours simply watching her daughter as she lay in her crib. Eventually, knowing she needed to attend to her duties, she leaned down to kiss Elia's cheek before heading to her solar. She sent for Lord Yon Royce and Lady Anya Wainwood. The Warden of the East didn't keep her waiting long, and Marjorie wondered if he expected her to call or if he was just that dutiful. Lord Yon actually arrived before both Jaime and her grandmother, which pleased her. He accepted tea, and just as it was served, her grandmother and Jaime arrived. They took their seats, and Marjorie prepared to explain to the Lord what was to happen next. "Arry. Lord Yon, I imagine you know why Her Grace has called you here?" Jaime asked. "To speak on Lord Harold," Yon replied, disgust evident in his voice as he mentioned the man's name. "Indeed, my lord. As you know, we gave him every chance we could, perhaps far more than we should have. But alas, it is what it is. Some men have no honor or sense," Marjorie said. "On behalf of the Vale and myself personally, Your Grace, I can only say that it shames me that such a man was made a knight, and by my own hand. What he suggested, with the princess, I could never." Yon trailed off, and Marjorie felt a pang of sympathy for him. He had played no part in Harold's disgrace, yet his name would be tarnished because of his association with Harold Arryn for some time to come. "I thank you, Lord Yon. It only shows even more how you were the only man we could have named to your position," Marjorie said, noting the relief that washed over him. "You honor me greatly, Your Grace," Yon replied, glancing at Jaime. "With Lord Arryn's shameful death, the matter of the Arry and who is to hold it becomes an issue. Lord Royce, are you aware of their Grace's plans for each kingdom to have a representative of House Targaryen in residence? One of royal blood sworn directly to the crown?" Jaime asked. "I am somewhat aware, Lord Hand. His Grace and Her Grace mentioned it to me, but they hadn't." "The Arry? You mean to take it as the seat of House Targaryen of the Vale?" Yon inquired. "We do, Lord Yon. It had not been our plan, other than Harrenhal, which holds great significance for my husband and whose lady is the last remaining of her line. We hadn't planned to take any keep that currently has a lord or someone with a good and true claim to it. But with Lord Harold's actions leading to the end of the Arryn line and the message it sends, Marjorie said, watching Yon nod in understanding. A wise choice, Your Grace. Grace, in both respects, and it's a decision no one can fault you for. As you mentioned, His Grace and you both gave Lord Harold every chance to be good and true, Yon said. Marjorie was relieved to see he didn't seem annoyed by her decision. Not that it would have mattered, but it was best if he was on board. I'm glad you have no objections, Lord Yon, she replied with a smile. It's not my place to object to you, Your Grace, but even if it were, rest assured I do not, Yon replied, and she nodded in appreciation. We will need a castellan, Lord Yon, and I would like your input on this. Lord Nestor served House Arryn, did he not? She asked. He did, Yon answered, his tone noncommittal. And what is your opinion of him? She inquired, raising an eyebrow. My cousin is a good man, Your Grace. Given the role you played in Lady Miranda's match, I believe he would be loyal, Yon said, surprising her with his knowledge of Jay's involvement. Then she remembered that his daughter was one of Miranda's closest friends. Yet, it was his lack of enthusiasm that she and her grandmother focused on. Yet if you were making the appointment, he wouldn't be your choice, her grandmother interjected. Indeed, my lady. I have kept Lord Nestor as castellan of the Gates of the Moon, but I've removed him as steward. He was too much of John Arryn's man. Although he has come around and I have no doubts about his loyalty to their graces, would not reward him so, Yon explained, and she could see how difficult this decision was for him. If you were to reward someone, or if we should seek to do so, who would you suggest, my lord? She asked. House Waynwood, Your Grace. Lady Anya is a fine woman. Were it not for her and her house, things would have been even more difficult for me after I left Lord John's side, Yon said. I thank you, Lord Yon, for your words and your suggestion. The crown is most pleased to have a man such as you. As yourself as our warden, she said. The Lord appeared much more relaxed as he stood up to leave the room. Once he had exited, Mira informed them that Lady Anya was waiting outside. Marjorie asked her to fetch Sir Richard Lonmouth and to ask Lady Anya to wait a few more moments. Turning to her grandmother, Marjorie mentioned Lady Anya discovering that her grandmother had arranged a match for her during her last visit to King's Landing. Marjorie recalled that the match was intended for Harold Arryn at the time, something her grandmother had shared with her, and she hadn't thought much of it then. But now, as she contemplated her next steps, she found herself reflecting on her grandmother's arrangement and smiling at how fortuitous it could turn out to be. Lady Anya's grandson was set to marry Leona, her cousin, which made them kin. As she awaited Sir Richard, she felt confident that, unless he had serious reservations, she would be helping Lady Anya's house rise even further. When Richard arrived, he not only expressed no objections, but he also seemed quite pleased with this development. It was he who suggested the man most suitable for the role. I thank you, Sir Richard. Please have Mira show Lady Anya inside, Marjorie said, glancing at her grandmother and Jaime, both of whom nodded in agreement. When Lady Anya walked into the room, she looked nervous, almost ashen-faced. At first, Marjorie thought it was the death of Harold Arryn that caused her discomfort. While that was partly true, it was not grief or anger that troubled Lady Anya, it was worry. Marjorie sought to alleviate that worry as quickly as possible. Lady Waynwood, I can only imagine the multitude of thoughts and feelings you're experiencing right now. Allow me to help put some of those to rest. I hold you in no way responsible for Lord Harold's actions, my lady. Although his death is the reason I've asked to meet with you, it's not for the reasons you may be thinking. Worrying upon, Marjorie said, pleased to see some color returning to Lady Anya's face. I thank you, Your Grace. My ward's actions have shamed me somewhat, and I must admit, I feared it had cost me any favor or goodwill I may have gained with your grandmother, yourself, and His Grace. Anya took a seat, her anxiety still evident. It has not, Anya, her grandmother reassured her, and Anya welcomed both her words and the tea that was offered. The crown is taking the Eyrie, my lady, Marjorie continued. It's to be the future seat of House Targaryen of the Vale, a seat sworn directly to the crown, where a child or grandchild of His Grace and myself, Princess Daenerys or Prince Tyrion, will call their own. However, since no such child has yet been born, it falls upon us to name a castellan. Of course, Your Grace. A wise choice, if I may say so. It's a powerful message you wish to send, Anya replied, and Marjorie smiled as she glanced at her grandmother. We intend to name your son, Ser Donnell, to this position, Marjorie announced. Though Anya didn't gasp or spill her tea, her hand shook slightly, revealing her surprise. I'm honored, Your Grace, truly, Anya said, finally composing herself. Part of Ser Donnell's duties will be to see a seat built for himself as well, Lady Anya. In time, when the seat is filled by a member of House Targaryen and Ser Donnell is not required to serve it in the same way he will at first, His Grace and I will wish him to have a seat of his own. A seat sworn directly to House Targaryen of the Vale, similar to how Ser Michael Redfort and Lady Maya's is sworn to Harrenhal. Funds will be allocated from the treasury to help with the construction of this seat, and taxes will be reduced on the Eyrie and its lands to further assist with its development. Your Grace, this is too much, Anya said, her surprise deepening at the offer. It's a reward. For true service, my lady, both now and in the future. You are not responsible for your former ward's actions. The Crown wants the realm to know this, and we are very much aware of your stance during the War of the One True King. Dragons may not forgive, my lady, but they also never forget, Marjorie said. Nor will I, Your Grace. On behalf of my house and my son, I thank you once again. Though I have already given my oath and pledge, I do so once more. House Waynwood stands with House Targaryen now and in perpetuity, Lady Anya replied. Marjorie turned to see the pleased look on her grandmother's face after Lady Anya had left. She had skillfully combined both of her ideas to make the best of the suggestions. Originally, she had intended to buy Nestor Royce's loyalty, but instead, she had secured Lady Anya's. The difference was that Lady Anya had been loyal before her actions and would remain so afterward. Marjorie wished Jay were here to witness it and to tell her that she had done a good job and that he was proud of her. She knew she had succeeded, but hearing it from his lips was something she found herself longing for. Or perhaps it was just the comfort of his presence that she missed. In King's Landing, 300 AC, Oberyn had missed the trial. Marjorie had held it early on the day of the melee, and he found himself lost in Illyria's arms, completely unaware of the proceedings. He wondered whether it would have made any difference if he had been there. It was still Arthur who had been chosen to champion his nephew, his nephew's wife, and his grandniece, but he couldn't be certain. Oberyn didn't believe it would have changed anything. It needed to be a Kingsguard, and once that had been decided, Arthur was the only choice. Still, it irked him that he had missed the opportunity to offer his spear. Had he been there, it would not have been so quick, and the fool would have suffered far more than he had. Later that night, at the feast, Oberyn realized that being alone would have been the reason he wasn't chosen. Marjorie didn't want the falcon to suffer, she wanted the man dead. She wished for him to be gone from this world as quickly as possible. As he spoke to Arthur, he found himself not only enjoying their conversation but also agreeing with the Queen's reasoning. Her Grace wanted him gone, Oberyn, dead, Arthur said, even though he wasn't on duty at the moment. But being Arthur, he might as well have been. He should have suffered, Arthur. You should have drawn it out and made him pay for daring to threaten my grandniece, Oberyn replied bitterly. You think I didn't want to? If it had been up to me, I would have taken great pleasure in hurting the man. I wanted nothing more than to dismantle him piece by piece. But in this, Her Grace was far more right than either of us, Arthur responded. Oberyn could hear the frustration in his voice, and it gave him pause. How? How was Her Grace right? He asked, genuinely curious. She didn't want him to breathe the same air as the princess, Oberyn. She wanted him out of this world for even a moment longer than necessary. He didn't deserve to live for the time it took from the trial to his death. Her Grace wanted him to take up as little of the princess's life as possible because for every moment he lived, that man was an insult to her child, Arthur explained. Oberyn smiled at the memory of the night before, feeling happy to be proven wrong. It was what he had initially wished for the Mountain, Amory Lorch, and Tywin Lannister. Until his brother had told him they needed to wait, that was his initial desire. Jay had wished the same for Lorch too. Marjorie was showing that she was as much a snake or a dragon as she was a rose, and he couldn't help but smile as he was helped into his armor. "Is there anything else, my prince?" Wyland, his squire, asked. "Prepare my horse." "I have a joust to win," he said, making the lad smile as he raced from the tent. Oberyn picked up the jug and poured the wine into a glass, drinking it down quickly before rising and walking out of the tent. Wyland was waiting for him with his sand steed. He moved closer to the chestnut mare, his hands touching her neck as gently as if it were Illyria's own. He rubbed her softly and looked into her eyes, speaking in a barely audible whisper as he prepared her for the ride they were about to take. For now, it was just the presentation, the lists hadn't even been drawn yet, but he felt a surge of eagerness for the joust to begin. He glanced around at the others as they mounted their horses, nodding to Robb Stark and Loras, both men smiling as they rode out to the field. Oberyn followed suit, moving slowly, almost casually, but his mare was excited and eager. She thrived on competitive rides, finding more joy in jousting than in their outings in the desert, and he could feel her energy coiled and ready beneath him. As he lined up with the others, he looked out at the crowd and spotted Elia and his girls, sitting close to but not right beside the queen. Today, it was her own family and the Lannisters who held pride of place. Tomorrow, it would be his and the Starks. Elia was treated no differently than if she were Lady Dacey or the Queen of Thorns herself, and seeing that brought a smile to Oberyn's face. This was how it could have been had she lived, had they both lived. This was how his love would have been accepted by the realm. Her son had seen it, just as she would have, and though Jay was not here today for Oberyn to acknowledge, his wife and daughter were. Oberyn looked at them, seeing the queen holding the princess on her lap, his good niece and great niece, his family. "Your Grace, my princess, princes and princesses, my lords and ladies, good sirs, and good men and women of King's Landing and the realm, I present to you the competitors of the joust at the tourney of King's Landing, 300 AC. This tournament is held in honor of the birth of our princess, Elia Targaryen, and the wedding of Princess Daenerys Targaryen and Lord Oberyn Targaryen. We are pleased to welcome such esteemed competitors as Prince Oberyn Martell, the Red Viper, Lord Jaehaerys Lannister, Lord Yohn Royce, Lord Robb Stark, and representing the Kingsguard, Ser Loras Tyrell and Ser Rabar Royce." The herald's voice echoed through the grounds, and Oberyn felt the cheers of the crowd wash over him. He sensed his mare tense beneath him. "Soon, my love, soon," he whispered, gently rubbing her head to calm her nerves. The announcement of the competitors seemed to stretch on, and Oberyn listened intently as knights from Dorne, the Reach, the West, the Stormlands, the Vale, the Crownlands, and the North were introduced. To everyone's surprise, a few competitors from the Iron Islands were also mentioned. By the time the announcements concluded and they rode back, Oberyn found himself as bored as his mare, relieved to learn that he would actually be competing that day. The thought of having dressed up and prepared his mare only to sit in the stands was not one he welcomed. His opponent was a young knight from the West, a servant of House Banefort, and Oberyn dispatched him with ease. Although it was a bit frustrating that his day ended so quickly, it did allow him to join Elia and their daughters. His wife was eager for his company, her concern evident as she checked to make sure he was unhurt. "He was no true competition, my love," he said, kissing her softly as she gazed into his eyes. "And yet I worry the gods may seek to take you from me regardless," Elia replied, her brow furrowed with concern. "Not even the gods are so cruel. We have a life to live, my love, a princess to watch grow into a queen and a new niece to nephew to see into this world," he said, glancing at Elia, Tyrion, and Arryn. As the day drew to a close, Lord Robb and Ser Loras emerged victorious in their tilts, cutting the field of competitors in half. Tomorrow, 32 men would remain to compete, with 5 more tilts and 2 days of jousting ahead to determine the champion. Oberyn was determined to give it his all to ensure it would be him. On Joust Day 1, Robb reflected on his performance from the day before. He had ridden exceptionally well. The Stormlands knight he faced was no match for his skill in horsemanship and lance work. The fact that he only had 1 tilt was slightly frustrating, as he felt he was just getting warmed up. There were so many more to ride, yet he had realized he wouldn't be competing again that day. After ensuring his horse was well fed and rested, he took a seat beside his wife. The day stretched on endlessly. Winifred cheered when Cregan won his tilt and when Jorah triumphed in his. They both cheered for Loras and some of the other competitors. Although Robb used the time to study the riders, boredom soon settled in. He spent most of the day in conversation with Winifred, and on more than one occasion, their talk had turned into kisses. Robb smiled at the memory, cherishing that moment above all else. Neither of them had intended to be so public with their affections. It wasn't their usual way. They were never shy about expressing their feelings, but he wouldn't have imagined sharing such genuine kisses in front of a large crowd. Yet, as he looked around, he noticed others doing the same. Princess Daenerys and her new husband, Prince Oberyn and his wife, Prince Tyrion and Princess Arryn, even Lord Jaime and Lady Dacey had shared kisses more than once. When Robb caught the eagerness in Winifred's eyes, he seized the moment, and they too became lost in their own world. Robb glanced over at his wife, Winifred, who sat with Willa and her betrothed, Martin Lannister. A chuckle escaped him as he watched them. Winifred seemed to wish he was with her instead of preparing to face Ser Jon Fossaway in the jousting arena. Meanwhile, Willa and Martin appeared envious of the affectionate moments that he and Winifred had shared the day before. "The lance," he said, turning to his eager squire, Lawrence, who handed it to him with a bright smile. "Good fortune, Lord Robb," Lawrence said, and Robb nodded in response as he closed his visor. The force of the impact nearly unhorsed him, leaving him feeling foolish. He realized he had been concentrating on all the wrong things, and somehow, he remained in the saddle, only the gods knew how. After 3 tilts, he had barely landed a blow, while 2 of Ser Jon's strikes had found their mark almost perfectly. As he prepared for the 4th tilt, he focused solely on the approaching man and horse, blocking out the crowd, the noise, and everything else from his mind. This time, his lance struck true, but it didn't unhorse Ser Jon. It took the next tilt for that to happen. Robb felt a wave of relief wash over him as he watched his opponent fall, realizing he was now one of only 16 men remaining. The wait for his next match felt endless. When he finally saw the lists, he was surprised to find his opponent was his cousin. Cregan laughed when he recognized the draw. "At least one of us will make it to the next round, cousin," Cregan said. I had hoped it would be both," Robb replied, feeling a friendly slap on his back from Cregan. "Good fortune, cousin." "Good fortune," Robb echoed as he turned to Lawrence, and together they headed back to his tent. He looked down at the favor tied to his arm, a smile creeping onto his face as he remembered her tying it there. The wait felt like an eternity, with Lawrence providing a running commentary on the victories and losses as they sat, mentioning Loras, Oberyn, and Jorah all making their way through the competition. As the tilts progressed, Jaehaerys Lannister triumphed over Ser Rabar Royce in a thrilling match, and Lawrence couldn't contain his excitement. Soon, it was time for Robb to ride out again, and he felt a surge of pleasure when he spotted Cregan waiting for him. "Shall we, cousin?" Cregan asked, a smile brightening his face. Robb nodded in agreement. They both turned to the stands, catching sight of Winifred and Alice. Though they weren't seated together, they were close enough. Alice was with her oldest brother, while Ser Wendell and Lord Wyman sat alongside Winifred and Willa. Robb noticed Sansa waving at them, while Arya animatedly chatted with Lyanna Mormont and Joy. His little sister seemed to be both completely engaged and blissfully unaware of the world around her. When Lawrence handed him the lance, a wave of nervousness washed over him. He wasn't afraid of losing. If he had to lose to anyone, he would be glad it was Cregan. Still, he didn't want that to happen. At the signal, he rode forward, and when their lances collided against each other's shields, he felt his nerves begin to fade away. By the second tilt, he was enjoying himself, grinning. By the third, and by the fourth, it was all over. His strikes were just a little truer, his experience just a bit more than his cousin's. Cregan might have had the upper hand with a blade in his hands, but with a lance, the day belonged to Robb. As Cregan tumbled to the ground, Robb's eyes followed him, relieved to see him bounce back up quickly. Riding back, he glanced at Winifred, noticing the pride and relief shining in her eyes. He reached down to touch the favor tied to his arm, and in that moment, he saw her smile, too. The joust, day 2. Joy was in her element. This was so much more fun than the melee, though perhaps not quite as thrilling as the duels, which always held a special place in her heart. But the joust? She loved watching the joust, seeing the horses gallop freely yet with such focus. The sound of the collisions, the roar of the crowd, it was music to her ears. The sound of lances crashing together sent a thrill through Joy. She relished the moments when she sat with her heart in her throat, waiting for the fallen knight to rise again. This joust felt particularly special because her father was competing, and the night before, they had a spirited argument. "Why didn't you tell me you could joust?" Joy had asked, frustration bubbling up inside her. "Why haven't you participated in jousts before now?" Her father had smiled and explained, "I didn't want you to feel obligated to cheer for me when your heart was set on another." Joy tilted her head, intrigued. "So, you're only competing because John cannot?" "And I wish to crown someone my queen, too," he replied. Joy shook her head firmly. "No, Papa." "No?" he asked, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. "No, Ashera is to be queen," she stated with determination, and she noticed the smile spreading across his face. It wasn't that she didn't want the crown or that she wouldn't enjoy it if he were to win, she just understood better now. Sansa and Margie had both told her that crowning someone was often a sign of love. Her father loved Ashera, and she deserved the honor of being crowned. Joy decided she would forego her own chance to see Ashera receive hers. One day, she thought with a smirk, someone would seek to place a crown on her head as well. As the first joust of the day approached, she felt a surge of excitement. Thuras of Myr was set to ride against the Stromboar. Both men were skilled, but Joy didn't believe either would win the competition. Her father had ridden exceptionally well the day before, as had Prince Oberyn, especially against the Lightning Lord. Loras, however, rode almost as well as she and Jon did, particularly when wielding a lance. Joy hoped her father wouldn't face Loras until the final round. With a determined spirit, she placed her coin on her father to win it all. She had considered other bets, but for the grand prize, her coin was firmly on him. Lady Joy Lannister of Castamere had never bet against family. "Who will win, Joy?" Arya asked, her eyes sparkling with eagerness alongside Lyanna. "Thuras," Joy replied simply. She could see the doubt etched on their faces, it had been there throughout both the joust and the melee. Yet, she had been proven right in both instances. Jon had taught her how to perceive what others often missed. With swords, it was about how they stood, how they walked, and how they held their weapons. She didn't need to see them swing unless they were facing someone equally skilled. But with jousting, it was all about the horses. True, you need to wield a lance well, she thought, but if you can ride and ride well, you're likely to win. Watch them, Joy. See how his horse tenses up. It's not as calm as apples or winter, Jon had said. I see. Why are they like that? She had asked, not fully understanding. They're not as in tune with their riders, Joy. Not like you and I are with apples or winter. They don't feel the connection the same way. They're unsure, worried they might slip or fall off. Do you ever think you'll fall off apples? He had asked, and she giggled, shaking her head. I could never fall off apples, John. That's just silly. I know. But when you look at them, you'll see it. You'll be able to tell who is easy to knock off their horse and who isn't. She smiled at the memory as Thuras unhorsed the Stromboar, her gaze instinctively drifting to where John would sit, waiting for the little nod he always gave her. It took her a moment to realize he wasn't there, and a wave of sadness washed over her. But then she caught sight of Marjorie laughing at something Elia had done, and it made her laugh too. Your little sister, Joy, just as you are mine, she is yours, John had said as he sat with her, holding Elia in his arms. I'm going to take you riding, little sister. I'll tell you stories and take you on so many ventures, she said, as Elia gently bit her finger. Joy smiled, glancing at the field where her father rode out. Although she could hear Lyanna and Arya cheering for Ser Jorah, she wasn't annoyed. They hadn't asked her who she thought would win, and she was relieved. She had seen it as they rode, and she knew it would come true. She didn't want to tell them that Ser Jorah would lose today. Her cheers rang out loud when her father won in 5 passes, and she waved back at him as he acknowledged her from the field. Joy then turned to look at the proud smile on Ashara's face, imagining how much prettier she would look with a crown on her head. As for Loras, his rides had been unremarkable. He had won, but he hadn't faced anyone of real challenge. He wasn't alone in that, aside from Jaehaerys riding against Rabar and Jorah, Thuras against the Stromboar, and Oberyn against Lord Beric and Lord Yon, none of the justs were truly memorable. Loras knew Robb would fondly remember his ride against Cregan and perhaps even this one, but for Loras, winning had become almost expected. He found himself wishing Barristan or Arthur had competed, or that Jay were here, somehow bending the rules to join in. It had been ages since he had ridden against Jay competitively, and he missed it. Watching Tommen and Martin train with both sword and lance stirred up memories and feelings he thought had faded long ago. Time was far too short, and life moved too quickly. Today, they were all boys, squires, soon, they would be knights or lords, just as he was a Kingsguard and Jay a king. With a sigh, he took his lance and made his way to prepare for the tilt. His eyes wandered to the stands, where he could see his sister, his niece, his brother, mother, father, and grandmother. Try as he might, he couldn't ignore the way his gaze fell upon a familiar figure seated there. He tried to look away, but Satin was perhaps. Loras couldn't shake the feelings that had resurfaced. He missed his friend, the bond they shared, and that closeness. Lost in thought, he found himself reminiscing about other things he longed for. But as he rode hard, he pushed those thoughts aside, focusing instead on the horse, the man, and the lance approaching him. He raised his shield just in time, feeling his own lance shatter against Robb's. The impact awarded him the point, but it brought him little satisfaction. On the second tilt, Loras felt different, more engaged. He sensed Robb's movements, which heightened his focus and determination. When he struck, he knew he had unhorsed Robb. Turning his head, he exhaled in relief when he saw Robb rise to his feet. Then, he rode toward the crowd, a flower in hand, and approached Joy, presenting it to her. "Thank you, kind sir," Joy said, smiling as she accepted the flower. He smiled back before riding toward the back of the field. He didn't have to wait long for the draw to find out who his next opponent would be. When he saw the name, he was grateful he had already given Joy the flower. It was a gesture he wouldn't be able to make if he unhorsed her father. Yet, for the first time since the justs began, his heart raced with excitement. As they stood together, watching Oberyn and Thuras ride out, both of them knew the prince would likely win this match. They also wondered who among them would face him next. "Cheer up, Loras. I hear the ground is soft," Jaehaerys said with a chuckle. "Thank the gods for that, my lord." I'd hate to see you hurt yourself when you fall, Loras replied, eliciting another laugh. Nor I you. My old bones can handle it, your young ones haven't even truly grown strong yet, Jaehaerys said. Don't let my grandmother hear you say that. She can't believe how strong we've grown, Loras laughed, as they continued to tease each other. They were still exchanging jests as they rode out, and Loras wondered what lay ahead. Loras glanced at the crowd, his gaze drifting to where Joy and Ashera were seated. He could see their nerves, but the good humor he and Jaehaerys shared quickly eased their tension. After exchanging wishes for good fortune, he rode to the end of the field and received his lance from Tommen. I need a true squire, one who is dedicated to me alone, he thought, knowing he hadn't arranged that yet. He would talk to his grandmother later, she was sure to have someone in mind. Good fortune, Loras, Tommen said, flashing a smile. And to your granduncle too, Tommen, Loras replied, returning the boy's smile with a nod. The competition was fierce. They rode through 8 tilts, with Loras winning some and losing others, the crowd cheering with each clash. Yet, he felt no closer to unhorsing Jaehaerys. As he prepared for the 9th tilt, he wondered if they might have to call it a draw or, worse, settle it with swords. The thought of a sword fight was far more appealing to him, but it turned out neither option was necessary. His lance struck true, deflecting Jaehaerys with precision. Loras watched in shock as Jaehaerys crashed to the ground. He quickly pulled Bluebell to a stop and turned to see Jaehaerys rising gingerly to his feet. I was wrong, Jaehaerys said, a half-smirk on his face. My lord? Loras asked, confused. The ground isn't soft at all, Jaehaerys laughed. Nearby, Sansa felt a wave of relief seeing Lord Jaehaerys unhurt and excitement that Loras had made it to the final. Willis sat beside her, pride shining in his eyes as he watched his brother ride past. As much as she would have loved to receive a flower as a token, she welcomed the reason why Loras wouldn't seek to give her one. She was betrothed, nearly of age to be married, and sitting with the man who would one day be her husband. Sansa found the situation scandalous, even if she was unaware of Loras's true preferences. It would be a slight to Willis, something his brother would never consider. Disappointed, she watched as Loras handed a flower to a girl who was unattached. But then, she smiled, realizing that it didn't bother her at all. She had something far more precious than a flower, something truer that wouldn't fade or wither after just a day or two. It would grow and become strong, just like the words of her betrothed's house. Feeling a surge of affection, Sansa leaned in and kissed Willis on the cheek. What was that for? Not that I'm against being kissed by you, of course, Willis smirked, looking pleasantly surprised. I'm very pleased to know you're not against it, she replied, trying to suppress a smile. You're very much pleased, and I'm very much pleased, he quipped, making her laugh. He rode very well, she remarked after a moment. He did, though I wish it wasn't Oberyn he had to face, Willis said, his voice taking on an odd tone. Concerned, Sansa reached out to take his hand, thinking he was referring to his injury. He was, but not in the way she had imagined. You think it's dangerous? She asked softly. What? No, it's not that. Every joust is dangerous, but what happened to me was an accident, Sansa. Oberyn is a good man, he'd pull his strikes rather than hurt Loras. I don't understand. I thought. She began. Look at my mother, my father, my grandmother, even Marjorie, he said, gesturing for her to observe. She did as he suggested. Lord Mace held Lady Allery's hand tightly, speaking softly to her, while Lady Olenna's gaze shifted from the tiltyard to Marjorie, who was holding Elia and playing with her, mirroring her grandmother's anxious demeanor. Sansa had never seen them so nervous before. They had worried during the attack on Highgarden, and while she loved her brother, he often caused them concern. But seeing them like this felt different, and it began to weigh on her heart. Willis noticed Sansa's worry and quickly reassured her. Sansa, Loras will come through this unhurt, both he and Oberyn. Trust me, he said firmly. She nodded, feeling a bit more at ease. He took her hand in his, just as his father had done with his mother. As the herald announced Oberyn and Loras, Willis spoke softly to comfort her. For the first time, she truly saw a glimpse of his father in him, and it made her appreciate Lord Mace a little more. It wasn't that she didn't think fondly of her future father-in-law, it was just that, from what she had observed, none of his children seemed to have inherited much from him. Lady Olenna often pointed out how Willis and Margaery took after her, emphasizing that all the Tyrells inherited their looks from their mother, just as Sansa had from her own. This made her wonder if there were other traits they had picked up from their father that she hadn't noticed before. Despite how people viewed him, Mace was kind-hearted, and perhaps that kindness was something Willis, Loras, Garland, and Margaery all shared. "They're riding," Willis said, pulling her back from her thoughts. The first tilt was evenly matched, as was the second. Oberyn won the next two, and Sansa felt Willis grip her hand a bit more tightly. In turn, she did her best to reassure him, and she was happy to see it had the desired effect. Loras was almost unhorsed on the fifth tilt, and she watched as he steadied himself. When Oberyn fell from his horse on the sixth tilt, she was ready to cheer but held back until she saw the prince rise to his feet. Once he did, she, Willis, and the crowd erupted in cheers. But soon, a hush fell over the tourney grounds as Loras rode toward the garland. All eyes were on him and Bluebell as they picked up the crown of flowers. He then rode to the royal box and stopped in front of it. In that moment, it was so quiet that Sansa swore she could hear a sewing pin drop. The lance was extended, and the crown began to slide down it as Sansa and everyone else watched in anticipation. "I would name the Princess Elia as the Queen of Love and Beauty," Loras announced, just as the crown fell gracefully into Margaery's hands. Sansa felt tears streaming down her cheeks as Margaery placed the crown on Elia's tiny head. It was only then that she noticed the crown had been made especially for the princess, and she realized that had Oberyn won, he too would have named his niece. Wiping her eyes, a radiant smile spread across her face as she looked around, seeing that very few, if any, were unmoved by the moment. When Margaery turned the princess to face the crowd, Sansa couldn't help but notice the way Elia's violet eyes sparkled as they met the gaze of the audience. In that moment, it was clear to Sansa that Elia was exactly what she appeared to be, the princess and one day, the queen of all their hearts. Meanwhile, in 300 AC, Jaehaerys Targaryen gazed at the mist-covered city in the distance, sensing the indigo dragon's reluctance to approach. He spoke softly to her, reassuring her that they wouldn't stay long and that they would soon be heading back home. His words calmed her somewhat, but it was Rhaenys's presence that truly soothed her. As they neared the city, he caught sight of the scorched earth and the burned bones, causing a shudder to run through him. The memories of his actions were as vivid as if they had happened just today, the acrid smell of burning horses still fresh in his mind. "It had to be done, little brother," Rhaenys said. "Did it?" he replied, uncertainty creeping into his voice. They flew over the Bridge of Sorrows and past it to the Palace of Sorrows, the indigo dragon tensing even more as she spotted the stone men moving across the bridge and among the ruins. She had nothing to fear from them, nor from anything else in this place. The darkness that surrounded him could not affect her, not as it had affected him. He instructed Rhaenys to land, then to take to the sky once more. His sister was not pleased but complied with his request. He spoke, and the little dragon seemed torn, both wanting to stay with him and eager to fly away. "Go with your sister, land outside, and feed," he said. She chirped her concern for him, then trilled in delight when he gently touched her head, assuring her that nothing would keep him from taking her back to Elia. Once they had left, he stepped into the grounds of the Palace of Sorrows, once known as the Palace of Love. Though shrouded in mist and as ruined as the mansions and palaces of Valyria, to him, it was still a place of beauty. He could envision what it had once been, a city bustling with life, rich in culture and knowledge. The palace itself was far larger and more magnificent than the Red Keep, rivaling Highgarden in splendor. As Jae moved through the courtyards, he observed the buildings around him. While the mist obscured their current state from others, it faded for him, revealing their former glory. If he closed his eyes, he could almost hear the changing of the guards, the laughter of ladies, and the lively performances of mummers and jesters. Entering through the grand doors, he felt the cool marble floor beneath his feet. Though cracked and broken, it seemed undamaged as he walked across it and into the room he had visited once before. Towering pillars reached high to the ceiling, and the walls were adorned with vibrant tapestries. The steps leading to the throne were so polished that he could see his reflection in them. The throne itself, crafted of gold and encrusted with jewels, was priceless, yet it lay untouched and undisturbed. He ascended the steps and took his seat, surveying the room filled with Runish ghosts. Lords, ladies, warriors, and servants surrounded him, all gazing in his direction. As one, they knelt and then faded away, leaving him alone with a gathering of stone men and women. Standing before them all was the shrouded lord himself. "My prince," the shrouded lord said, lowering his hood. Then, as he soared above the city, he felt an undeniable pull to land. Rhaenys, though reluctant, obeyed his request. The moment they touched down, the voices emerged, whispers carried by the wind. At first, their words were indistinct, but soon he began to discern their messages: warnings, threats, pleas, and desperate cries. "Go. Leave. You do not belong here. Begone, son of Valyria, for this place belongs to Mother Rhoyne, not to you or your kind. Help us. Free us. Join us." The voices merged into a singular chorus, many, yet the same. Jae pondered if they represented light and dark, opposites intertwined. Then, a voice broke through, louder and more commanding than the rest. He sensed a powerful presence and heard footsteps approaching. Rhaenys roared, sending the footsteps retreating, except for one pair that moved closer despite the dragon's warning. As the mist began to clear, a gray hooded figure emerged. "You have come, my prince." "Is it time?" the figure asked. "Time?" Jae replied, confused. "For the curse to be lifted," the figure explained. "Cursed. The one your ancestors placed upon this land, the curse that only the prince who was promised can break. Break the curse, my prince, and our swords will be yours in the fight to come." "How?" Jae inquired, sensing the disappointment in the figure's sigh. "Now is not the time. Go, my prince. Leave this place, for I cannot protect you here." The figure began to retreat into the mist. "Beware the horse lord, for he seeks what he cannot have." Jae turned his gaze to the shrouded lord. His grayscale visage stood in stark contrast to the other stone men. It appeared almost alive, shifting and changing constantly. Cracks formed and pieces fell away, disappearing upon contact with the ground. Unlike the others, the shrouded lord had retained his hair, and it was. The shrouded lord's eyes mirrored Jae's own, dark and intense. Though the figure bore the marks of grayscale, for Jae, it felt like looking into the familiar face of his uncle, Oberyn. "You knew," Jae said, locking his gaze onto the shrouded lord. "Only death can pay for life, my prince. You, of all people, know this," the shrouded lord replied. "Did they have to die?" Jae asked softly, his voice tinged with sorrow. "They did, and not just so we could live. Had you not done what you did, many would have suffered. The entirety of Essos would have trembled as he ravaged it all." "The call of calls," Jae murmured, earning a chuckle from the shrouded lord. Yet another who sought to be more than he was. Take it from someone who understands that far better than most. There are only two sides in this world, my prince, the dead and the living. I didn't understand that then, and so I rose, and my people rose with me. We sought to bring Valyria to its knees. Just as I was a fool then, so was Drogo. I killed so many of his people, Jae said, shaking his head in disbelief. You showed them what a dragon can do. Had you not, in time, they would have crossed the poison water. They would have come to your lands. Drogo sought his bride, my prince. His bride? Jae asked, confusion etching his features. The mother of the stallion who will mount the world, your aunt, Princess Daenerys Stormborn. That's why, he attacked because of Dany, Jae said, realization dawning on him. He sought a gift for his bride, my prince. Night had fallen by the time Jae left the city. He and Rhaenys found a quiet spot nearby, where Jae lay down to sleep after Rhaenys had found something for them both to eat. It was his sister who woke him, her worry and concern evident, and he was grateful she did. At first, he feared it was the stone men from the nearby city, but Rhaenys was looking away from the city and out onto the plains, so Jae followed her gaze. Jae heard the shouts and the sounds of horses approaching, and he turned to see an army unlike any he had ever encountered. It was far larger than the forces he had marched to war with, all of them mounted and all of them heading straight for him. He quickly climbed onto Rhaenys's back, eager to get into the air and away from this place before they arrived. As the arrows filled the sky, Jae felt Rhaenys's rage surge within him. His sister unleashed her flames as a warning, and the first wave of arrows fell short. But soon, a second wave came, some bouncing off Rhaenys's scales and a few nearly striking him. A fierce determination ignited within Jae. He needed to show these men what happened when they dared to attack a dragon, a need that resonated with Rhaenys as well. At that moment, he didn't care whose need fueled whom, all he knew was that he had to make them understand the consequences of their foolishness. Instead of flying away over the sea, instead of retreating home as he would have if he had woken that morning free from attack, he and Rhaenys brought the fire to those who had provoked their anger. Dracarys, he commanded, and she let loose her flames. Dracarys. He repeated the word, taking multiple passes over the enemy. Below them, both men and horses burned, indistinguishable from one another. The flames did not differentiate, they saw only enemies. To those enemies, the only gifts the flames offered were fire and blood. It was the smell of burning flesh that finally stopped him, the voice in his head whispering that enough was enough. The pained cries of wounded horses echoed in his ears, and he knew he had to make a choice. Those who had not been consumed by the flames had already retreated. Looking down at those still alive beneath him, he realized what needed to be done. Any who were only wounded enough to survive had already fled. The ones left on this field would only endure suffering for days to come. 4 weeks to come. Yet, it didn't feel like mercy to him. He found no comfort in ending their suffering, nor in landing near a man who screamed at them, clutching a curved sword in his burned hand. Rhaenys hesitated to land but obeyed Jae's command, moving closer to the man. His hair had been singed away, and most of his face was charred, yet he shouted in a strange language. Izin Jean Drogo, Kal Ki Kals, and Hatike or Jean Hake Ki Maras Fin ended Anna. I am Drogo, Kal of Kals. I would have the name of the man who ended me. Jaehaerys Targaryen, Jae replied, though he didn't understand why he revealed his name. He watched as the man crumpled to the ground, breathing his last. A wave of sickness washed over him at the realization of what he had done and the reasons behind it. He buried those feelings deep within himself, hoping he would never have to confront them again. You should not be ashamed, my prince. In time, you'll understand why it needed to be done. But for now, it's time to break the curse. Do you know how? The shrouded lord asked, his voice filled with hope. I know how, Jae said, and he saw the man nod in response. Our swords are yours, my prince, the shrouded lord declared. Jae stood and walked out of the room, making his way to the rusted cage. He looked up at it, the bones had long since turned to dust, and the clothes had completely decayed. Yet, he could still envision the man clearly, the dark hair, the dark eyes, the desperate plea for Mother Royne to wash his enemies away. He pulled out the blood-soaked cloth he had used to bind his hand in Volantis, unsheathed Dark Sister, and cut his hand again, soaking the cloth in even more blood. As he began to hack away at the cage, light started to shine, and the blood began to seep into the broken, rusted steel. He pushed down with all his might, feeling the ground give way beneath him before he knelt on one knee. With his eyes closed, he began to speak, his voice echoing louder than he expected. Nikesi trizi hen Valeria, Vadar sovio pertso, kivio derilaros, Mazorigon ao ha fealty. Nike judge ao iasyz vala se drage, ia derilaros hen roin seia pazaver subject hen Valeria. I, the son of Valeria, the son of ice and fire, the prince that was promised, accept your fealty. I judge you a good man and true, a prince of the Rhoyne and a loyal subject of Valeria. Then he began to sing, a song that resonated across the sorrows, a melody that halted the stone men on the bridge of sorrows, a tune that stilled them as they moved through the palace of sorrows, a psalm that had never been heard in these lands before. Jay woke up in a comfortable bed, his head pounding, and saw the indigo dragon chirping happily as soon as she noticed his eyes were open. She let out a loud roar, and an even louder one answered her back. As he sat up, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. "My prince, some water," a girl said, handing him a mug. He looked at her, dark-haired and dark-skinned, young, dressed in clothing reminiscent of what his cousins in Arryn would wear. "Am I in Dorne?" he asked, and the girl shook her head. He dressed quickly, finding his armor and sword neatly placed on a rack beside his bed. A young boy helped him strap into it. As he walked from the room, he took in his surroundings. The floors and walls gleamed, the marble looking almost new, and the walls had been freshly painted. Servants and guards bustled about, filling the space with life. When he entered the throne room, he was met with a crowd, guards, lords, ladies, and servants everywhere. And above them all, sitting on the golden throne, was a man who looked like his uncle's long-lost twin. "You're awake, my prince," the man said. The man spoke, and Jay nodded, struggling to find his voice. "Where am I?" he asked. "Croyane, my prince." "You're in Croyane." Jay stared at the man, his expression one of disbelief, as if he had sprouted extra heads. He quickly moved toward the open doors that led out to the courtyard below. In the sky, he spotted Renix, and though his sister seemed unfazed, it was the city that captured his attention. It appeared as he had once known it, the mists had dissipated, and the palace radiated love instead of sorrow. The people strolled about, carefree and joyful. In the distance, he saw ships being prepared, men forming ranks and taking their places aboard. Turning back, he noticed the man had left the throne and was now approaching him. "Who are you?" Jay asked. "I've been known by many names, my prince." "The Shrouded Lord, His Grey Grace, the Prince of Sorrows, Prince of Croyane." "Who are you?" Jay pressed. "I am Prince Garen, my prince." "Your loyal man."